Good evening and good afternoon, Africa, and welcome to Africa is Talking Summit 2024, live in Kampala, Uganda. East Africa, Africa is talking. The question is, who are you innovating for? Do we have the answers to your questions? How can we help you? The theme of 2024 is innovating for Africa's future. Are we innovating for Africa's future? If you're a developer out there, if you're a CTO out there, if you're a business owner out there, are we answering your questions? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of Africa is Talking in Kampala. My name is Eddie Okila, and for the next couple of hours, I will be your driver. You are stuck with me, but we'll be speaking English for those of you who may be worried that we're going to be using any other language. And live here to start the day in Kampala on day number 2. We start with a keynote address of a gentleman who need no introduction. If it is too long, then he doesn't deserve one. If it is too short, then probably he has not worked hard to earn it. Put your hands together and welcome one and only Michael Kipani. Come on, everybody in the room. Let's celebrate together.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're good. Thank you for your patience. Sometime when you want the experience to be the same as in person, as online, it takes the effort. Welcome to Africa's Talking Summit 2024, day 2. I hope you all had a great experience yesterday, and some of you extended that experience. I hope you're okay, no hangover, no nothing. Welcome back. So, as they say, software is eating the world. Software engineers, software architects, and developers are the chef. This is accelerated and made possible by developer communities. That is why Africa's Talking and Africa's Talking developer community at a scale is leading in innovating the future of Africa. In 2010, when Africa's Talking started, we had 0 developers with access to telco infrastructure. In 2024, Africa's Talking is one of the top communities in league of Google, Harvard Business School, Salesforce, the Linux Foundation, among others. This is underscored by over 200K developers who are actively using Africa's Talking globally. Yes, you can give a round of applause. Google did a research 5 years ago, and they predicted by 2027, there will be over 1 million developers in Africa. The plan for Africa's Talking, we want by 2027, we have a reach of 700,000 developers and more. These are not only mean developers who have access to technology, but also users who have solutions that they need to improve their life across the world. Now, this does not just go as numbers we like to shout around, but as we grow, month over month, we have seen 2,000 developers growth on our platform and engagement activities. We have over 150 plus quality events hosted every single quarter across Africa. And we just started Women in Tech 2 years now, and it's growing steadily and smoothly. And this is just not women in tech just for the sake of diversity. We are seeing engineering solutions that actually are adopted, and we're going to talk about that more in a few. Now, how many of you have heard about AI and machine learning since last year? By show of hands? Yes. Now we are starting AI and machine learning, and we're not just joining the tech vibe. It's about building on research based on data models that exist and sharing the knowledge with all the engineers who are in AI and machine learning. We strive to have diverse culture and one developer experience across Africa. Therefore, localizing the experience is very important to us. And we know Africa has 54 countries which have diverse culture and different way of looking at things. So localizing this requires localizing the experience according to hubs. So we have West Africa Hub, where we have able community leaders like Sanusi Abdul Kadir, who is interfacing the government solution, the government needs, and the solution built by the community, and scaling that to serve the users. Among others, also you'll see a lot of activities in Lagos starting last month, where we are building that momentum into ensuring that we are solving our own problems. Southern Mahab, we have Stanislas Sakwia from Malawi, who has been building on Africa's talking for the last 4 or 5 years through Mulimipe, and he went to share the same experience with the developers in that ecosystem so that he can scale the solution that is building for that community. In East Africa, we have a portfolio of engineers, and just to mention a few, we have in Nairobi, Josephat Mwangi, Muindi Asena, Cynthia Mora. In Uganda, we have David Okwi, who was with us yesterday, and I think he'll be joining us shortly. Isofel Natujuka, Roland Ganafa, all these leading the effort of building the communities here in Uganda. Some of these guys work for government, work for banks, work for all the tech ecosystem around here. So they understand the pain points that needs to be addressed. And also, these community leaders have transformed lives. It's not just about the community and vibes. It's about solving for the ecosystem. Also, our community members are building scalable solutions which are used by the community, for the community, and not only that, supported and paid for by the users. That notwithstanding, we know this journey is really hard, especially if you are building at scale. And we cannot build this alone. So we have partnered with TADAC, which does global hackathon across the world, where this community here in Uganda, Kenya, Nigeria have participated and won. And I was informed last night, one of the developer in Nairobi won $2.5 thousand, and you know how much that can make a difference. Give it up for that developer. We have worked with Mozilla since last year, and they're in the room, and they believe in this dream, and there is a lot that we are doing. Actually, you'll see that in the next hour by the solutions that are built by Africa, by Africans for Africa. We have Google. I think there's a Googler who was in the room. I think he stepped out, so find him around and have a chat. There's something that we are building with them. I think you had a tip of it yesterday during voice presentation. We have AWS API toolkits, Cube careers, and more. So this journey, we are together and we are building together. Now, of course, we have hackathon winners where we do it every month and people build solutions. But some of these have went ahead and raised funds for their startup and created job employment for their community. Beyond the numbers, we want to unlock the markets and increase the partnership that we are exploring with different key stakeholders and tech ecosystem players to ensure that we are growing together. Because changing and improving the life of 1.7 billion people is not a one company affair. So anyone in this room, we are open for partnership. I want to welcome my colleague, Sylvia, to share the wins of women in tech. Give it up for Sylvia Jabet.
Thank you very much, MK. Good evening and good afternoon to everyone in the room and those who are joining us online. We will be moving on to the Women in Tech session, which I will share about the community updates, the wins, and the beautiful journey that has been Women in Tech so far. My name is Sylvia Jabet Kipkemoy, and I work at Africa's Talking in Developer Relations and lead the Women in Tech community Africa. Women in technology is a key part of what we do at Africa's Talking. And like MK said, it's not just the hype. It's not just because it is a trend, but it's because we really want to up the numbers in the tech space. We really want to up the numbers in the tech space and increase the number of ladies that are building and skillful in this particular space. in less than 2 years, because the Women in Tech community started at the beginning of last year. And in less than 2 years, we have over 1,000 ladies who are part of the community. This is round of applause. This is the community members who have joined on our community platform, community.africastalking.com, and they have attended events, workshops, meetups, hackathons, celebrations. Each year we have International Women's Day, and they've been a part of the success of this community so far. But we do not do this alone. It is definitely a team effort. We have the community running in 2 countries at the moment, very rapidly and very actively running. In Nairobi, we have Cynthia Mora, who's our Women in Tech community lead. And in Uganda, we had Joanita, who started the community very strongly and very beautifully. Rachel takes on now to continue running the community, and alongside other co-leads such as Brenda, Sharon, Bridget, and the entire team that's working to make this possible. These are exceptional developers in their fields. They are doing fantastic, and they are taking their time and effort to mentor others, give this space to others, to upskill them, to grow even more. Interact with the devs in the room, and you will see that for sure the ladies are building fantastic things as a result of this team. Imagine a child, ladies and gentlemen, who is less than 2 years old. What do you expect this child to have done? What have they covered? They are barely learning how to speak. Now think of it in the mindset that Women in Tech is barely 2 years old. It's barely a child. However, for that period where Women in Tech has been growing, Women in Tech has done more than just learn how to speak. There have been 24 events, hackathons, workshops, meetups, celebrations, even a challenge that have run and conspired through this period. To break it down, there have been 24 events held. Hackathons have been about 16 and cut across different sectors, be it agri-tech, edutech, maternal health, specifically maternal. The solutions from that one were impeccable, and some are actually building it further to deploy it to the market. Prop tech, mental health, just to say but a few. But all these sector-based themes for the hackathons that we've had so far have resulted in 85 plus working solutions. There have been over 1,800 people who have attended, taken part, built something, attended a workshop. Especially in Uganda, there's been a great intake in the workshops. Yes, I see the Ugandan team enthusiastic about this, because this is it. Upskilling people, and it's a continuous process. You upskill them in design, and then low-code platform, and then building front-end, back-end, and finally deployment. By the time you notice it, you have an end-to-end developer who can do the system end-to-end. And that is the goal that we are looking at. Some of the successes, I will highlight 2 big ones that really have stood out. We had a design challenge. When you go to africastalking.ug, it's looking like all the Africa's Talking pages at the moment. However, something is in the works. There was a design challenge where they rebranded the africastalking.ug landing page. Make it your own. Make it your country. You are the dev. When we talk about building solutions that make a difference, it starts with where you are at. It starts with the things that you interact with on a daily. And these ladies did amazing. It will soon be launching, so be on the lookout, because we're keeping up, we're going with the trends, and we're doing something beautiful in that space. Alongside that, in the Kenyan community, the growth, over 1,800 attendees is no mean feat. Having an event, at least one event every month, is not a joke. People have been consistent, people have grown and have gone on to win even on international platforms. They build solutions, get feedback, they present in other international places, and are getting funding for the solutions that they are building to make a difference in the African space. Such a beautiful time to be a woman in tech. Future works for the women in tech. Worry not. If you're seated here, if you're listening in, and you're worried that we haven't gotten to you, you're a bit far, a bit out of reach, well, this is where you come in. It's a matter of growth in skill set, and that is what we're all aiming for. We want to break the barriers, empower the women in tech wherever you're at. So let's be in touch. Do you want to have it in your country? We are looking to scale across East Africa, West and South, because there is always more to learn, there's always more to grow, there's always more you can contribute. Even if you are at the peak of your development journey, you are a React developer, Go developer, PHP Laravel, Django, whatever you do, mobile developer, web, you are a fantastic UI, UX designer. There is a place for everyone to contribute, to grow, and to build a better ecosystem. Allow me to hand it over back to MK for the next part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. I think Women in Tech is really, really quite interesting for us as Africa's Talking and Africa at large, because women actually do a lot, and if they contribute into engineering, it's never gonna be the same again. And if you have been doing computer science and history, you know, women have played a big role. It's just that we are scaling that up. Now, we have done over 400 hackathons hosted every other single year across Africa. In the last time that we presented here last year, we had half of that hosted. Now, we have seen so many apps developed. We had USSD Health app using GPT to provide access to health and doctors and solutions that actually would mean between life and death. We have seen people contribute fintech solutions that will solve a lot of these problems that we face every single day. For us, we think we need to scale this up and ensure that everyone have access. So, what is this new frontier of innovating Africa and ensuring the chef is well updated, who is a developer, software engineer, and software architect? Today, I'm going to introduce to you a platform that we're going to announce, which we are calling Marketplace 2.0. Now, Marketplace 2.0 is a platform where the developers will get to build solutions, publish apps that our customers can have access to add value to their solutions. And in this case, developers will reach more clients, earn income through the marketplace, and ensure that they're building sustainably. This is a request that we've been receiving from different customers who we serve across Africa, and also is a request we've been receiving from the developers who relentlessly and consistently come to our hackathons. But we thought, okay, we already have a marketplace, but it's just a listing that also sometimes we're not so sure they're using Africa's Talking APIs. So we sat down with a few engineers, excellent engineers at Africa's Talking, who decided we need to build this even if it takes us 2 years. But the good thing is, it's 50% complete. Can you give a lot of applause for the engineers who have dedicated their time? Now, in this case, I want to introduce one of the engineers who has been part building for the marketplace and also publishing for the marketplace, Douglas Mwangi. Now, Douglas, before he comes on stage, is an engineer we met through hackathon. Yes, you can come, Douglas. And he won so many hackathons that we were convinced that if we go on doing this hackathon, most developers may never win. So we decided, okay, Douglas, what can you do with you? So you can see the culture of Africa's Talking is about solving for Africa, even for the engineers internally. So thank you so much, Douglas. The floor is all yours.
Awesome. Thank you, MK. Perfect. Good. So deploying on the marketplace is pretty much easy. All you need to deploy is a. Oops, sorry. Okay. Good. Sorry, that was a hitch. Good. Deploying in on marketplace is pretty much easy. The first thing you need to have on your code is a Docker file, GitHub Actions. If you're on GitHub, if you're on Bitbucket, you can use something like pipelines.yaml, and here it goes. So what I've done here is you're deploying your code, and the next thing, I'll make a pull request right there and merge into the main branch. That's the way I've set up my GitHub Actions. Good. So once I've merged into the main branch, the pipeline is running, and perfect. Everything checks right. And once you're able to deploy, this is how the end users will see your app. This is an all-in-one app where you can send airtime, SMSs, and mobile data, and as well do phone calls on. Perfect. So once you're done with your code part, you go to marketplace.africastocking.dev and fill out the form for submitting the plugin. That's your name, your description, the app description, the logo, and how you're going to price your plugin. Next after that, your app will be put under review, and once the Africa Stocking team review your app, the next thing you're going to see is how your app is performing. So these are metrics like CPU usage, memory usage, and HTTP requests per second. Sorry. Next after that, let me welcome back MK.
Yeah, thank you so much, Douglas. Give a round of applause to Douglas Mwangi. Next on stage, I would like to invite Ian Gidungo, who has been instrumental when it comes to making sure that this backend really executes as it's supposed to, so that everyone gets paid and everyone gets to pay. Give it up for Ian Gidungo.
Thank you very much, MK. Yeah, so okay, so mostly going to speak about what happens under the hood. So over here we have so like there are three things I'm gonna speak about. So it's onboarding. I think Douglas has shown you what or how onboarding happens on the platform. So it's easily secureable and scalable. So each time a user signs up, so you only use your AT account, you submit your plugin. So this is mostly for developers and mostly for developers. So clients will access your plugin on our marketplace listing, whereby they'll make a purchase for your plugin and run it on our cloud. So you can easily spawn, stop, or delete an instance of a plugin or an application that you have bought. Yeah, the major focus is ensuring that all these app instances that you are submitting, so we'll host them for you. We'll enable you to easily plug them into our platform and start them as easily as possible. So how we have done this is by using or utilizing some really interesting technology. So Kubernetes and K8 APIs, whereby you can easily submit a Docker image whereby we can bootstrap it and run it on our cloud. So we're able also to serve all the metrics and logs from your application for either the client or the developer. And we're also doing reconciliation for all developer earnings and purchases made for the plugins or applications that are submitted onto our marketplace. And we're also providing 24/7 technical support and documentation. So this will ensure that smooth experience while using the new Marketplace 2.0. And for the analytics, you can easily view them you can easily view them on the platform over there, like the CPU utilization, memory, and also requests per second. You can also view logs for the application. So this is going to be a fully fledged sort of cloud platform whereby you can easily set up your plugin or instance, whereby if you're not using it, it's going to shut down automatically and ensure that your cloud resources are not being over-consumed or charged when you're not using it. So thank you very much, and I'll bring back MK to speak more on this.
Yeah, give it up for Ian Gidungo. So I would like to, thank you so much. I would like to invite back Sylvia, who has been instrumental in ensuring that this work is delivered and all the feedback of the key stakeholders has been captured. So Sylvia Debet, welcome back on stage.
All right. Thank you, MK. And thank you, Dagi and Ian, for the explanation. But that being said, you who sit there and wondering, so what does this mean? What is the marketplace? What is it for me? How do I plug in and where do I go? Relax, I got you. This is where I elaborate. The marketplace has two main user journeys that we'll be talking about. Two main user journeys. Think of it like a Play Store of some sorts, or an App Store, right? There are people who go there to publish their products. There are people who go there to get products that they want to use. That is what we're providing. The first journey will be for the developer who builds and has been building through all these hackathons that we've explained all across the continent. When you're building, we really emphasize build solutions that you know can solve problems and can be scaled throughout the world. Now this is your chance. This is your chance to paste it there, put it there, and have someone find it. So the developer is one of the key journeys that we'll be looking at, and the clients. Clients are the people who now go there to find products that work for them, that work for their businesses, that work or solve a need that they need to be addressed. Those are the two users. And why is it beneficial for each of them? One, for the developer, increase in your revenue. You'll increase the number of people who subscribe to your product, number of people who purchase it, and can start using it on the go. How do we enable you to do that? Segueing on to point number 2, visibility. On the AT marketplace, you not only get to have the clients that you have found yourself, but also the clients that Africa's Talking has, who will look through the marketplace and say, because I use their SMS solution and this works for me, there's a marketplace. Maybe I'll find something that works for my friend's school business. Maybe I'll find something that works for the nearest medical center that also utilizes this efficient SMS service that they have. And finally, it's scalability. Africa's Talking products are built to be used around the continent and the world. So when you're publishing on this marketplace as a developer, your products will be visible all around the world and they can scale to such lengths. As a client who is going to the marketplace to find products for yourselves, one is quality apps, because you are assured that the apps that are there have gone through a process where they have been evaluated, the services are working, none of those downtimes or those hooks that bring this erroneous page and you're wondering, what is this error? this downtime is costing me millions. You'll be assured that the products on there have been vetted and there is on-the-clock support and maintenance for that. Additionally, easy integration with your businesses. If you have something that's already running, you just want a simple airtime plugin that can disburse airtime to your employees. Something fast that can easily disburse them for people who take on surveys. This is what you can easily get, something that easily integrates. That is the overview. 4 main points is: 1, it's easy to onboard on the AT marketplace. 2, all services are listed there. And as a result, 3, you can easily discover a variety of services. And finally, it easily integrates with your businesses. So the back end Ian built, the journey Dagi has explained of how this developer onboards on the marketplace works for everyone in this room, and you can easily get it to work for you. Over to MK. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. I know most of the devs are asking, when is this available for us? And when can we start publishing the solution? So, this is going to be available in Q1 2025. So thank you so much for your time. I would like to call back all the developers who presented here to take a group photo and invite the main MC to guide us. Yes, Ian, Sylvia, Dagi. Yes, give it up for them as they come on stage. You guys are too economical with your applause. Is the economy bad in Uganda? Give a lot of applause.
Okay, gentlemen and ladies in the room, please could you give this team a big round of applause? One more time, everybody. You see, it's very difficult to find a team that speak and stick together. So whatever MK is doing at Africa is talking, is working. They stick together. But they have squeezed one person too much. We need another lady there. 3 men, they are squeezing one lady. Can you imagine? We need another one. MK, please recruit another lady. Even a volunteer. Okay? And we start from there. But give them a big round of applause as they take their picture. Team, please give them profile picture even when they stand there 1-1 so that they can see themselves tomorrow when they look beautiful and handsome. All right? Mr. DJ, corner more one more time. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, MK, please come. MK, as requested, you need to celebrate a few more people who are not here. So DJ, hold on.
Yes, so I'd like to give a shout out to all our engineers, led by Salama Balkage, who was supposed to be with us here. Give a lot of applause. I know, man. Maybe you guys have never met Salama. Salama, wherever you are, these guys need to know you. They are not giving a lot of applause. Yeah, I know our back-end engineer, Alex, Kiuna, all the key stakeholders, AK, Leah, Paul, Wamaloa, and our chief group CEO, Sam Gikandi. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to innovate for Africa.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. DJ, come on, roll the music up. Okay, can we please play that music up? Thank you. One more time, give them a big round of applause. A very big round of applause. Just before we go to the next one, let's tune into this video and see what has been happening as a recap of the summit 2024 in Kampala. Media team, please. Let's have it on the screen. Roll it up on the screen, please.
Especially if you're in the hackathon. Interact with the guys in the room. There's so many interesting people. My name is Turiho Danita. I am a law student and my focus is UI UX.
My name is Mugaba Ashraf. I am a software developer in Python.
My experience was very exciting. It was rather fast-paced, nerve-wracking, grueling, but really overall exciting.
During the past hackathons, I was able to learn about API integration.
Well, my first takeaway was come on time. Really make it a point to come on time. There's so much you would miss out on, especially if you're in the hackathon. And then interact with the guys in the room. There's so many interesting people. So right now we are developing the UI UX model of an agricultural financing solution.
Since this is our first summit in Uganda, I really liked and wanted so much to attend on this hackathon, like meeting the CEOs of the team or the main team from Kenya. Being able to engage with them will be a fun experience also, and being able to learn something from them as the more experienced developers like Sylvia Jebet, who was my inspiration on YouTube, where I learned like integrating USSD and SMOs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can I have the microphone, please? Ladies and gentlemen, today we will not waste so much time, but we'll get to the business of the day. If you're tuning online, you're watching this live from the capital city of Uganda, in East Africa, the Pearl of Africa. The theme this year for AT Summit 2024 is Innovating Africa's Future in Tech. And in the room, live here, are brilliant developers, boys and girls, men and women, senior and medium, and everyone is in this room. In the room also, we have some business owners who use the technology that comes from Africa is Talking to run their business, and the solutions that come from Africa is Talking to run their business. Let's give a big round of applause to all the business people in the room. In the room, we have CTOs. If you're watching and you're wondering what is CTO, a CTO is basically a chief technical officer that runs things in that organization. So Africa is Talking has a CTO, chief technical officer, that runs things there, that makes things happen. And so these guys talk technical terms, and all the developers in the room know who they are. All the developers watching live online, this keynote address, know who they are. They're in the building. Give it up for the CTOs in the building. A big round of applause to them. And also in that note, let's clap for the developers who are in the room who are just about to become the next CTOs of Africa. With those remarks, allow me to invite our next keynote address, coming from a team that have done a wonderful and amazing job and excellently executed to make this summit what it is today. The team from Mozilla Foundation. Please put your hand together and welcome Mozilla in Kampala, the Common Voice Showcase.
Okay, thank you very much. I had to press. My name is Brighton Mosaru. I'm from the Mozilla Common Voice team. The team's main goal is to build, allow communities to come together and build voice data sets that they can then innovate with in the different communities they come from. So yesterday we had a session explaining what the Common Voice platform is. We showed guys how to contribute, how to get the data set. We won't do that today. So today is to showcase some of our very amazing awardees who got some very good money to try and build solutions for different communities using our Kiswahili language. So we worked with a team from 3 countries, Kenya, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, where we all come from according to Graham, and where we'll go back and get our inheritance. Yes, I would like to thank my entire team. Some, I think, that are following via YouTube for enabling this, and we are very happy to support Africa's Talking for another year. And I'm glad that this year I was able to attend the summit. I would like to welcome the awardees to come and do their presentations. I hope the slides are ready for them to be able to do that. So we'll welcome the first gentleman from Strathmore.
Please give him a big round of applause as he makes his way up on stage. And we'll give him a few minutes just to hold up here so that we can technically rebrand the stage for Mozilla. So tech team, please, can we have the video on stage as we have this branding up on stage? It has been worked on already and is part of the presentation. Let's have the video up as they have a word. Is it done? Okay, we'll allow Chief to continue while the team makes its way with that branding, and then we'll switch. Chief, please take over. Thank you. Yes, slide is up and running. Come. Thank you.
I got the money to spend on your family and friends.
Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, for that matter. So my name is Alvin Igobwa. I'm a data scientist at Strathmore University, Lab Africa. And today I'll be taking you through a grant award that we got from Mozilla Foundation to talk about our tool called Imarika, which is supposed to be helping the smallholder farmers in Kenya. So I don't know about the slides, if you're ready.
Can we have these slides go up? Tech team, please. That's not the presentation for Mozilla. Samke?
Okay, so nonetheless, as the tech team is trying to figure it out, so I'll just talk a bit about maybe our journey before now the slides can be up and running. So we got this grant sometime in 2023, with the main aim, the main aim in trying to use voice and and empowering now people. So our tool, we called it Imarika, with the main purpose of it being like a double entendre. So in Kiswahili, Imarika means strengthen, or rather empower. Now in our particular case, Imarika also is an anagram for something, implying intelligent meteorological applications for resilience and inclusive knowledge-based agriculture. Now on the screen, you're seeing the app that we actually developed, with just the baseline of it having the temperature and the weather forecasts being shown on the main screen. And then on the right, you're going to be seeing like the prompt, now the text user interface. Now to talk a bit more about it, the application that we developed is supposed to mainly focus on cash crops. So we wanted to make this tool as practical as possible for the smallholder farmers and what they actually sell a lot and what we actually export in there a lot. So which features maize, beans, cassava, cashew nuts, nuts, kale, spinach and groundnuts, millet, and then sweet potatoes for planting and harvesting. Now, what we noticed from the problem statement that we developed was that our agricultural sector actually is set to decline by 15% up to 2080. And we know that in East Africa, agriculture is actually the backbone of our economy, making around 80%. So now, with this, there's the localized information that goes on now with smallholder farmers, the fact that they rely on old metrics and things that are basically like tradition. So we want to make it more smart, something that is more resilient, something that is more intelligent. So we wanted to create a system where we provide the smallholder farmers to more intelligent and actionable weather and climate information. Because most of the things that are actually affecting us and things that are not spoken about in the rural areas is stuff to do with climate and how climate is constantly changing. The mamamboga, or rather the farmer that is in the rural area, does not concern themselves a lot with how climate is changing and how weather is changing, and they're not really prepared for it. So we wanted to create a system where we can make them prepared, make them more resilient, coming from the R in our app called Imarika. Now, what makes up Imarika is a collection of these things over here. So we wanted to make it very simple, very easy to digest. So the first thing is it's going to be deployed on Android. Not that it's of any offense, but we're not expecting somebody from the rural area to have an iPhone with them. So we wanted to deploy it in a phone that almost everybody has. The second thing is to deal with the weather APIs. Now, when I talked about it being localized, we created mini weather stations for these particular farmers. So each particular farmer has their own mini weather station for them that collects the weather as of that particular day. And we were able now to make our own predictions to be able to provide them now with a forecast. Now, we realized also, depending on how situations can be and dealing with things in the farm, anything can actually occur. So we opted to also add weather APIs just to support our weather systems. Now, the next thing is now the agricultural knowledge. Now, as I said earlier, I'm a data scientist. Much of my agricultural knowledge is very limited. So we wanted to incorporate an agricultural expert. So in Kenya, we have the body called the Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization, KALRO, and Sprout. Now, these are the two main research organizations that actually provide us now with the agricultural expertise. So these are our agronomists. Now, they provided us with the information that we're able now to embed. Now, everything is in a tabular format, and that's where the next thing that at the bottom comes in, the RASA framework. Now, the RASA framework comes in with a natural language understanding aspect. So how do we collate all this information that they have, package it in a very nice system, and then now we're able now to communicate to the farmers in the right way. Now, the Common Voice dataset came in very handy, especially now in providing the output. Now, something that we noticed, and I'll get to this in the challenges, was that there are different phonetics and there are different accents everywhere you go around Kenya, okay? So when we started with the very first phase, we deployed it being able now to test, to include inputs from the farmers. But then we realized that's going to be quite a bit of a challenge because some of the languages at the time when Mozilla was just opening this up, it didn't have like all the dialects from the different areas of Nairobi, different areas of Kenya. So at that point, it made it hard for it to be for voice to be an input. But we saw it was easier for voice to be an output. And that's where now we trained our model and reconfigured our model to provide the voices to sound more Kenyan, to sound more like home, such that it's not an English woman. For those who've seen how, if you've used Siri before and you want her to speak Kiswahili, it sounds very awful. But then in this particular case, we wanted to make it sound more like home, like you're having a conversation with somebody who knows you and who understands you. And that's now also where, now lastly, that's where now the Swahili TTS model comes in. So that's text-to-speech. So our main model, given that we don't want to disperse this information in English, we sought to disperse it in a language that is more localized, so Swahili for that matter. So we saw yesterday, for those who were in the presentation, that Mozilla is collecting more and more languages. We saw Kikuyu, Luo, all these things are being added, but at the time, they weren't up to standard. But at this particular point in time, Swahili is what is spoken all around. So it made more sense to ensure that Swahili is at least being dispersed. So this is the app, as you can see. So we have the 3 layouts. So the first part, it will show you the weather information based off of your mini weather station. Okay? And then at the bottom, it will also provide you now with the forecasts. And then the next thing, we thought we also need to continuously keep adding value to these particular farmers. So how do we continuously keep educating them, even with smart practices? So Calro and Smart Shamba have been able now to release, iShamba, been able to release videos that actually help farmers. So we added that into our app so that farmers can always keep on checking on what are the new practices. And then now lastly is now the chatbot, the conversational chatbot. Now with this one, we made it very easy because we also don't want to make the farmer struggle in getting some information. So we made it like a tab system. So it's a very nice graph. So we use the graph network in order to be able to plan what the farmer is going to ask next and what the farmer is going to ask first. So if you're looking about planting, okay, so you tap on planting, and then now you keep just going down the chain based off of the particular cash crop that you had, right? So the last thing now is just about challenges, was that internet connectivity in the rural areas is a bit of an issue. And even if it's not like farmers having Wi-Fi, which most of them do not, them being on bundles is very, very expensive. So we're trying to find a way now to see how we can minimize the cost. And then now lastly is trying to put it on an offline device, which is the best system that you can actually use. Again, requires a very high-end phone. So how now can we localize it a bit better, but still keep the same functionality that we provided? And with that, that's my presentation. Thank you very much. So now I invite the next speaker, Nick, to take you through Think.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nick Momero. I am a machine learning engineer at Think. That's what we call Tech Innovators Network. And in this presentation here, I'll be taking you through how we are empowering Kenya's AI system. So Think is a community-driven initiative. So we are mostly focused on building a community of developers, data, and all of the stakeholders required so that we can build a thriving tech ecosystem, but is one that is community-powered. We noticed that for us to beat the big tech, we're going to have to put our energies together. It's going to be hard for us. We don't have the kind of cash, the kind of resources that are required for us to build really scalable products. So that's why we decided to focus on an initiative. In this case, we're going to be looking at these 2 products. So an AI discovery platform powered by NLP and voice technology, and a data cooperative to address the data gap in Kenya. And how this relates to Common Voice is that Common Voice awarded us with the grant to collect data, but data that was focused on helping farmers understand more about the MPSR. So MPSR is a registry of products that you can use so that you can go and get a loan. So the main goal of this was for data collection and for public awareness in terms of how they can use the assets that they have so that they can collect loans, so that they can get loans from insurance, from banks, and also collateral, and also insure them from insurance companies. Yep. So here we're going to also look at how we were utilizing Mozilla Common Voice dataset. So we built a voice collection app, and this now voice collection, we went to the countryside to talk to farmers. We went to botathons. We created botathons so that we will also collect the data. And the goal of this was for us to come up with a chatbot that is voice enabled, but not only just in English, but in Swahili, in Kiembu, in Kisii, and all of these languages. So we had to build these ASR models, that's automated speech recognition models, or STT models, for these individual languages. So we have a flagship model on Hugging Face. I think if you Google Think Kenya on Hugging Face, you're going to see our model card there, and you can also see the models that we've done, and also the data sets that we've published. The goal of this is that it will make it easy for developers to plug in our models, since they are CC 4.0, so that means whatever you build, you can monetize it, but just remember to attribute it to the original owners, since that attribution also goes back to the data set that we use. We also have CC0 on, for the Common Voice data set, it's CC0, but for the data sets that we collect on the other side, they are CC 4.0, so you can attribute it, but you can commercialize it however you want. And also, Hugging Face has a really easy API for you to plug in different projects, not just in Python, but I think you can use other languages. Load the model, spin it up on your machine, and they're not even that big of models. So I think you can spin it up with a smaller GPU instance possible. Yeah, and our model here last year became the most trending Swahili ASR model, so that was pretty cool. And then right after that, we introduced another model, but now in this case, it's a multi-language model. So you can when you instantiate your model, you can switch between, we call them adapters in neural networks. So they are language-specific adapters that you can switch for different languages. And if you want to fine-tune a model with just a small data set, you can just train the adapters, and then you have a well-performing model for your own language. You don't have to have 5,000 hours of audio data and text data so that you can build a model. So pretty cool. So this is the page of how you can, how it looks like on Hugging Face. So you can see, I think there are 6 lines of code that you can use just to spin up a model on your machine. This is not even on the cloud, just on your machine. Spin it up, test it out. And I think on the other side, I think Hugging Face had a way to test it out on the page, but it hadn't had a lot of traffic in the last couple of days, so that won't show up. But when you do this, a few lines of code, you can spin it up on your machine and deploy it to production. And we always improving the models. Right now, the word error rate is about 19%, I think 18 or 90%, and we are always striving to push it lower, and also to enable it to run on an edge device. So you don't have to run it on the cloud. Can we run it on that small Android device? That's the goal. Yeah, and here we were empowering users using voice capture. So we developed that in-house voice collection app. I think you're going to see the screenshots later. And then users record their voice samples based on provided sentences, and then the app integrates with the STT model for real-time speech recognition testing, and also doing any sort of diarization. If you have multiple speakers within that audio, you can tell which speaker spoke when, and so you can separate the audio snippets in such a way that it can be loaded into the data, into the media bucket that we're using. So this is the voice collection app. So this is what we're using when we're going to collect language from the farmers and also from the universities that we are doing the botathons. So you have the STT and TTS, the services were there, and we are always adding more services on top of these. So this is just the base of what we think the data cooperative is going to require. So we will also be joining chatbots that do different things to enable the tech ecosystem in here, and then we can have a mega chatbot. Not only that, one that is voice enabled, and also you can collect audio from there. So Here, we were also empowering developers with skills and tools. We are going to botathons. We went to UON, University of Nairobi, JKUAT, that's the Jomo Kenyatta University, Kisii University, ZTech, EMBU, to conduct botathons. And the goal of this was to teach them how to use the trainer pipeline, like on Hugging Face, what NLP is all about, how to get started, and also how to deploy these models with the lowest budget possible. So creating that, building capacity at a really low level. So okay, not really low. These are fourth-year students and also some master students that we're training, but it is capacity building. Okay, so these are the photos here at Kisii, at JKUAT, at University of Embu. And then we now also went ahead to bridging the gap in rural communities. So we went to Embu and to Kisii, and the goal here was identifying the best methods for engagement, chatbots, through human-centered design. So the goal here is understanding what these users require so that they can better be assisted by the app that you're building, but now in their own particular language. So understanding these small issues from a human-centered design approach was really crucial for us. And also, we were also collecting data from rural populations. So we collected Kisii data and Embu data, and Kisii data actually produced a model from this, and the Embu data, there's a model in training at the moment. We don't have that big of a data set, but we are getting there. We're getting there. This is one of the images. This one was in Embu, and this one was in Embu. I think I didn't add the Kisii there. And then, yeah, here we are looking at the models that the chatbots that you created. So you have an MPSR Facebook Messenger. That's for asset registry, so that people in the countryside can be able to integrate with it. And also there are potential integrations with now an MPSR bot that is RAG enabled. That's retrieval augmented generation, and also the EcoBank. So EcoBank, I think there are still negotiations in terms of how we will enable, or we will build a product that offers loans or small loans to these farmers. Yeah, I think still the same case here. And yeah, our STT model is trained using the Mozilla Common Voice model. That's the Swahili one, and additional voice data from a BRS project. So this is another project that we did from the business registration service in Kenya. So when you go to that website, you can see the chatbot there. Some of the data that we collected from that chatbot was used so that you could create the audio data set for it, and then build a corpus that you could use to train the ASR model. Then, yeah, and a test version. There's a test version currently on Hugging Face for evaluation. And then, based on the pipeline that I'd shown you guys on Hugging Face, you can plug it in any sort of application that you have. Yeah, and also you can go to language.think.ke. So you have an ASR model there, a TTS model for English, Swahili, Kikuyu, Pokomo, and I think Kamba, ASR and TTS, and also a language identification model over there too. Yeah, it looks like this. It's just a simple Gradio app, but you can test it out over there. Yeah, and join us in shaping Kenya's AI future. So visit think.ke to learn more. We are doing cool stuff over there, cool things. Follow us on LinkedIn or Twitter, but I think we mostly post on LinkedIn. Yeah, and together you can empower Kenya's AI ecosystem. Thank you all.
Okay, let's give a big round of applause to Mozilla team. Okay, a big round of applause one more time to Mozilla team, as we have the next team member on stage to take us through. So as he goes on stage, can we please stand up, please? We've been sitting for too long, not too good for your legs, for your back, and everything. I just want you to stretch. Take a moment and stretch. Stretch. Stand up, please. The instruction is very simple. Just stand up, stretch, turn to your neighbor, look them in the eye. See them, look in their retina, direct, like this, and tell us what you see. Just look in your neighbor. Get one person, turn, look them in the eye. Straight, look them in the eye. Eh? Look them straight in the eye, and for a minute, for a second, Then you tell us what you see. Whether you see opportunity, or you see problems, or you see poverty, or you see wealth or riches, you tell us what you see. At the end of this conference, we want the time. So please take your seat. And also, I'd like to take this moment. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. And as you take your seats and we move into the next session with Mozilla, please, the tea is available for you to serve and come back inside, one by one. Don't go there and line up. Just, if you need coffee, pick it, come back, sit, a presentation continue. Back to you, Mozilla.
All right, thanks very much. My name is Jean Mwimbi, and I'm from the DRC. Especially, I'm located in Kolwezi, where there's, it's called actually the capital of copper and cobalt. So if you want to see some more of copper and cobalt, please come and see me there. I will show you a lot of it. Yeah, to start off, our project is called Haki the Farm. So Haki is a Swahili word, which is for right, and the farm is a French word, which is for the women. So we are talking of women's right. And our main focus for this project was more on agriculture and especially land ownership. And this project is run by Co23 Lab, and I'm the co-founder of Co23 Lab, and we're more engaged in community works. So why women land rights? That's a big question that we have to ask ourselves. And so we're just trying to enumerate some important aspects that we were considering when we were doing this project. And the first one is about economic empowerment. The women are at the base of the family, especially when you go down to the rural areas, and they are the ones that provide for the family. And without them being enabled and empowered economically, then the family automatically suffers. And so we were focused on the importance of economic empowerment, and we're also talking about food security. We need food. I remember someone was talking here that the one thing they like about Uganda is food and women. So we all need food. And so the other aspect, we're talking of social justice. So we were concerned about that, and we needed to empower them through that aspect as well. So what was the main problem? As you look at the statistics, it's very, very worrying, because statistically you have about, women accounts for about 51% of the GRC. But if you look there, you only have 25% of them who own land. And the question is, even how do they own that land? Majority of it is maybe through inheritance, not that they go consciously to go and buy land for themselves to secure their land. And so another aspect is there's a growing demand of land activities in the DRC. If you come right now to DRC, you find that there's a whole big community of Chinese who are exploiting and taking up all that. And they can come in an area and buy the whole land. And if your land is not secured, definitely you will not benefit from any of that. So there's that gender gap, and it's very worrying and it's very concerning. And so before we start up the project activities, we went down into the communities themselves to find out exactly what were their problem and how we could help them. And so you can find that some of these were the biggest challenges they were facing. So you have historical and cultural barriers where actually women don't have a word or a say in the community. And another problem that we focused mostly was on lack of awareness. So Congo, it might be good, people here and love the music, but in reality, you find that there's less data in the DRC or about the DRC. And that is people actually not aware of their rights. That's why you will not have hypes like, revolts like in Kenya, the way it happens. No, because people are not actually aware of their rights. So that's why this project, we focused more on the awareness aspect, because that is actually cheap. You go to them, you tell them about their rights. That way it helps them to go and secure their lands. And so what was the solution? Our solution was the product, or what we call an Android application called Hacky the Farm. It just was there for awareness. And that is women, especially those in the rural areas who are not learned, who do not know how to read and write. They could also benefit from technology. And that means they could get access to legal information and resources and other relevant laws that applies to them so that they can be productive in their communities. And so we have 3 aspects or 3 features for this application. And the first one, we had to provide videos. And these videos, we made them in such a way that they were actually produced by the community members themselves. And this made them to be able to relate themselves to the application or the product you are providing them, and not just have something that comes from outside. And it was all in the Swahili of Katanga, which is more of French and Swahili, so it's a mix-up. And the other one, that's why the second feature is, if you see, the whole app is in that Swahili. And there's also a voice bot that was developed, so that anyone who doesn't know how to read or write can just press there, speak, and get feedback in voice. Sorry, I'm not talking more technically because I'm not the developer. So what are some of the technical challenges? Now, the biggest challenge that we had technically was the data set. Of course, the Common Voice data set was available, but it didn't help us much because the Swahili is more focused in Tanzania and Kenya. But the Swahili we speak there is quite different. It's more Swahili French. And so we were obliged to come up with our own data set. And it was not that big, but actually it helped us a little bit. But it's not effective because it's still small. And I think Mozilla is also working on that so that we can get a bigger or a larger data set. And so another aspect we had a problem with was the TTS. So, most of the models that were developed are either in English and, mostly English. And so when you're dealing with that Swahili, which has a French aspect in it, it becomes a problem. So we had to, again, have had another data set just with one speaker on it. So we had to redo that one again. And another one is you have delayed model response because of internet. So when you speak, it takes time to get that feedback. So the remote hosting was a big challenge for us as well. Another one that was very interesting was our Google Play console account got terminated when we published the account. And we tried to find out why did it get terminated. Up to today, we don't know why. They kept sending us reasons, the same reasons. So we even thought maybe we were interacting with some AI chatbot somewhere. So up to today, we don't have a reason why that was done. And so we hosted it somewhere locally on our website server so that people can download it and still use it. But that's the biggest disadvantage is you not get statistics about the users, about the interaction with it. So, but we are planning or working on it. we already found a solution to make sure that we rehost it on the Play Store. And so the future of Hacky, the farm, this was actually based on the feedback from the users themselves. They wanted something more, not only those videos and the information, but they also wanted something more, something like being able to report about the violence that happens to them. Someone comes in, takes their land, and then they don't know where to go. Where can they report? So they wanted that e-report feature on it. Another one was to be able to locate facilities for help, especially also to be able to locate like hospitals that are nearby where they can get specialized services. And the last one is to be able to make certain requests, including legal support and health, just through voice. And yes, that's the end. And so we invite you all to join us to make sure our communities are engaged to greatness. Thank you very much. I invite the next speaker.
Hi, I'm Stephen Yede from a company in Kenya by the name of Juicy Craft. So Juicy Craft, we craft solutions that are based on the needs of Kenyan people. So Chamachat is one of them that was funded by Mozilla, and it automates the normal operations of a chama. So it's we have a very heavy backend that we hide with chat-based messages. So what will be happening is that you are chatting, but you're able to request for balances from the chama. It's able to summarize all the information of a particular chama. So if I made a contribution, we've integrated with M-Pesa API. It's able to say that Steven has contributed this much, and towards the goal, we are at a given position in the chama. So what problem are we trying to solve? So currently for the target group, these are where you're sending between 100 and 500. The cost is quite high when you're using the basic send money or rather pay to a particular pay bill. So that was one of the major issues. You find that the cost can be as high as 36%. So that's for sending and withdrawing the cash. So the other one was transparency. So what was happening is that we form a chama as a member. We appoint the treasury, the chairman, but the treasury and the chairman can collude to have to go away with the money. So that was a common thing that was happening. And then the solutions that were there were quite complex for the mamamboga, the boda guys to be using. So this is a breakdown of how M-Pesa transactions are charged. So if you are sending from 101 to 500, you'll be charged 7 bob to send the amount and 29 to withdraw. That's like 36 bob in total, which is about 36% of the transaction cost. So we created that Chama bot where we hide that complexity of the Chama application. It's able to automate that. So what you do, you just chat to the main number, and you are able to add the members to the Chama. And when you make contribution towards a given pay bill, it's able to summarize that information. So, it has a number of modules: the member management, the saving management module, the loan module, and then the payment module. So it's available on Play Store, and also you can be able to chat from just chatting it and being able to use the product. So currently we, in Kenya, there's a Boda association that we were able to onboard. And there are currently over 2,000 users that are using that Chama Chat application. So we wanted to get something that Graham also mentioned is that you have to be listening to the users. So at one point we stagnated for some time and we went just to see how the users are using our app. We went to Nyamakema and another market just to see how these people are receptive to their product. And at this particular day, we found that Equity, which is one of the major bank, they have interchanged the menu to buy airtime and to send money, to withdraw money, that is. So a lot of these people, because they are not well running, they were able, they just bought airtime, and it was quite a big amount at the end of the day. So they came to me because we had interacted with them, and because I had some Mozilla money, I was able to take the airtime and find another solution. So that's why we crafted airtime to Pesa. Currently, this is like our main app. We've been able to go past 100K downloads, and we're having a very high return on it. So this is something that came out of the airtime, the Chama Chat. So that's the main app that we have there. So we had the airtime. So that's the main interface that you get. It's available on Google Play Store. You can also download it. So you can be able to convert your airtime at 70% of the value. So if you have 1,000, you can be able to get 700. So if you are doing Binance and you want to get value for that, that's a very big market of ours. If you are paid by airtime and you have excess, you can be able to convert it. So we also have, like I said, we figured out a way that we can be cheaper than M-Pesa. So if you are sending the normal way via M-Pesa for peer-to-peer, and you send through our app, you are able to save up to 20% on the transaction cost. So we figured a way to automate that, and we have it on the app. So another feature on it is that for M-Pesa agent, you're able to buy float from the application, and you get it immediately on your phone. So this one is underway. We want to launch it here. It's under development for Uganda, so we'll be having MTN and Airtel Uganda on it as well. So another thing that we got a sort of a partnership with AliExpress, and we came up with the Shawika. Shawika meaning convince to earn. So for airtime, we were able to sell it because we are using influencers. So this is anyone. You can be able to earn from this app. So what will be happening is that you just download the app, you get a link for your shop. So with that, you can share on your social media. And when people buy from the application, you'll be getting a commission on it. So this is just a week old. This is on a beta version. And we've been able to use the people that we've been selling airtime with to be able to be testing on it. So when you download Shawika, you can be able to earn from it. And the beauty of it is you can connect to Facebook. So you just select the products that suits you. Maybe you can, we have electronics, clothing, the human wig, which is quite common in Kenya. And all that, you're able to have that and connect to your Facebook. So it will be directly, you're able to post to your Facebook and connect to WhatsApp catalog. So WhatsApp catalog is available on WhatsApp Business. So when you post there, we have automated the payments to be for Kenya to be via M-Pesa. So the checking out is automated. So you as an influencer, you don't have to do anything. You just have to share and connect to your socials. So the last slide, I don't know if it's working. Yeah. So the last slide was a video, but it seemed not to be working. So it just shows the product. Thank you.
Big round of applause one more time. And moving to the next presentation, I told you to pick up your tea and go back to your seats as we hasten to the moment of breakaway. And so please, over to you, Mozilla.
Habari za mchana.
Mzuri, habari zako, salama salama.
Good afternoon.
Habari ya Maragwe.
Salama kabisa. My name is John. I'm from the United Republic of Tanzania. I'm here to represent a colleague of mine, Rahma, who could not attend for various reasons. So, Kiazibora. We were one of the nominees. We were funded by Mozilla to develop an application called Kiazibora. Kiazibora is a Swahili word which, if you translate it literally, it means quality potato, but it stands for orange-fleshed sweet potato. So this is not your usual potato. It's the orange-fleshed sweet potato that we're talking about. So why did we get to this point? First of all, we wanted to conduct, we did a baseline survey in the area that we are operating in, and we found out that most small-scale farmers who are made of women are the majority of small-scale farmers in the areas that we are operating in. They had trouble accessing information on how they can actually address certain issues that they were facing. One of those was malnutrition and vitamin deficiencies among children under 5 years of age. Another issue we found in the community during our baseline survey was that there was lack of information on available and affordable sources of nutritious crops. We had a widened gap in user-friendly sources of information, and then illiteracy and lack of equal access to income-generating opportunities for women engaged in small-scale farming. One of the things that I wanted to say before I move forward to the developers is, when you're developing your app, who are you developing it for? It has to be linked to the people or the beneficiaries who are going to use that application. And so for us, we did a baseline survey to ensure that we develop an app that is needed by the community, rather than us developing an app that the community has not mentioned that they're in need of. Why OFSP? That's orange flesh sweet potato. OFSP contains beta-carotene, rich in vitamin A, known for reducing the rate of disease and deaths in under 5 children. One small root of OSP weighing 125 grams can supply the recommended daily allowance of vitamin A for children. The global horticulture market is projected to reach USD 40.24 billion by 2026 at a CAGR of 10.2%. So significant advancements in AI-based solutions have helped farmers identify pest infestations and use proper treatment, thus increasing yields and the economy of small-scale farmers. So having known that there's quite a lot of potential on OFSP, we wanted to ensure that we provide an application that can provide information on ASP or OFSP to support the small-scale farmers to actually address quite a plethora of issues that I've previously mentioned. The solution. The Kiazibora application was designed to be a reliable and user-friendly source of information for OFSP farming, having the following advantages. One, it's available on the Android store for easy downloads. It provides voice-enabled services allowing illiterate small-scale farmers to learn or ask questions through the STT TTS model that some of my colleagues have also mentioned. It provides SMS services, pre-recorded voice notes, and videos on OFSP farming to users with no or less internet connections. And lastly, it's a user-friendly source of information on OFSP farming. The product. So the Kiazibora mobile application, as I mentioned, it provides information on OFSP farming, processing techniques, product market, and prices for small-scale farmers. The first feature, the first feature is on STT TTS model, TTS feature. And for this feature to work, we had to do contribution on sentences and voices. We also had to validate them, and in order to use them in order to use them for the STT feature in our application. But also the second feature is pre-recorded voice notes. We noted that in the areas that we operate, there are some places where there's no good network, and so we had to look at relevant key issues that are needed for people to know in order to engage in OFSP farming. And we had to do, we recorded them, and so whenever there's no internet, a user can actually get information on OFSP through this feature. And then we had the SMS feature as well, and within this feature we could get feedback from our users and then use that to actually address some of the concerns that they were facing while using the app. We got an opportunity from Vilgro Africa to attend a mentorship program this year. And this program actually helped us to try to figure out ways to actually enhance features for the Kiazibora application. And so from this program, we developed a roadmap for the application. Within this last quarter of 2024, we continue to build on awareness, but we want to acquire more new users because currently we have 100 plus users, but we want to increase that database. Also, we want to begin Kiazibora assessment. That means we need to know the strengths and weaknesses of the application. And then in Q1 2025, we want to analyze the results of the assessment that will be conducted in this last quarter of 2024. We want to document and share findings with supporters and partners. And then we need that, from those findings and learnings, we want to use that to enhance the app features and expand outreach services of the Kiazibora application. And then in the second quarter of 2025, we want to increase awareness of the updated application and scale operations to other parts of the country. So we felt like the Kiazibora application was more focused on OFSP, and so we wanted to expand that to include other horticultural produce. And that has come out of learnings and suggestions that we received from our customers and the community. Technical experience, this is one of the things that we faced as the STT-TTS model that enables illiterate farmers to ask questions and receive answers on OFSP has sometimes been reported to be slow in some cases, and it takes a while to get an audio response. This is something that we are working on to ensure that we address it so that whoever wants to, because let me explain something is that some of our beneficiaries cannot read or write. Some of them dropped out of school or never had the opportunity to go to school. And so the STT-TTS model, once you've trained them to use it, it helps them to actually ask questions on OFSP and receive answers through an audio way. In that way, even if they don't know how to read, as long as you train them where to go in the application and which feature to access, they can get information as well. So this is an area that we are actually working on addressing currently. These are some of the project pictures that we, from our community engagement activities. Yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Hello, my name is Winston Mano. I would like to say Karibu. In East Africa, this is very common to say Karibu, but it also has a double meaning. I think East Africans are very welcoming of technology, not just people. And I would like to talk about our app. I've met it with colleagues. I think the words there are small, but their contribution is big to this initiative. We got $48,000 to come up with a proof of concept for a chatbot for empowering smallholder farmers in Kenya. I worked with Lucy Kemkongo. She's at West Michigan University in the States, but she's Kenyan. I also worked with Edwin Ataro, he's at Technical University of Kenya, Masibo Lumala at Moi University, but we also worked with Michael Masibo and Emmanuel Wendeka, who are tech developers, well-known tech developers in Kenya. So the idea behind this, again, is to the meaning of Wezesha Nakabambe. I will explain what it means. It's that resilient phone that you use, even a rubber band, it keeps going, and also it has a very low kind of requirement in terms of battery capacity. So a proof of concept is, I saw people present yesterday, and I really want to applaud, and I thank Mozilla Common Voice for inviting me, and Africa is Talking and its partners for this initiative. But the proof of concept is one of the very easy way of entering this field. And you can work collaboratively with others like we did. So there is a problem, a wahala. We call it wahala, isn't it? Problem. There is a problem in our community, particularly because we have groups that are on the margins of technology. I'm personally very passionate about everyone being included, and this is why I like to work with Mozilla, because they really are working hard to democratize the internet and also to bring groups that are outside the main kind of the mainstreams of technology. So what we have, therefore, is an identification of rural women farmers who are very much excluded. They are not thought of as developers. So we involved them, we implicated them as co-developers in this application. The problem is that there is a gap which is associated with lack of agricultural information. The people with motorbikes that used to provide information, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, they are no longer able to go. There are big budget cuts that are making it difficult for people to get information. They don't know which crops to grow. They don't know, they can't do that, their agricultural planning well. So the whole idea in scoping this wahala, we wanted to find out what is the suitable technology if we are going to capacitate the rural women farmers. We identified feature phones, the so-called kabambes, the cheap ones, the ones that are not, on WhatsApp, yeah? and we thought that these phones, if we have a technology that interfaces with them, it's much better. So don't forget that these kabambe phones are still in use. Normally people have two phones in their pockets, yeah? One is the kabambe because if nothing else, the smartphones uses up battery too much and also uses money, data. So we decided to interview the community to access their needs, to identify. We had desk research that the Western Kenya, particularly in areas like Bungoma, Vihiga, Trans Nzoia, there were some problems in terms of this availability of agricultural information. But we were encouraged that M-Pesa and other applications are doing well. So we build on that success and on initiative by others to think more about this app that can work using feature phones and also outside the internet grid. So this is the area that we were interested in. And also, we were very much interested in smallholder farmers. I think John and other colleagues, they talked about, the plight of women. We cannot emphasize too much about this, but women tend to be on the margins. They are left in the, to manage the fields. They are left to do most of the, difficult work. But in some cases, they don't even have technical literacy to make good use of the technologies. So to implicate them as co-developers of an application was something that they found very, inclusive. I'm also encouraged that there's a women's group that is embracing the technologies to change their situations. So we interviewed people and involved them as co-designers. My colleague Lucike, for example, she's passionate about what she calls data justice and data sovereignty. The idea that we have to meet the supervening social necessities of these people. They have peculiar needs. If we talk to them, we can know what they want so that we produce technologies that are much more attuned to their circumstances. So we carried out interviews and used the information, sat down with engineers like Edwin Ataro and the other Masibos, and they used this to design a two kind of framework model that would incorporate text, that would also incorporate voice. And these kind of models are sometimes not very common for this kind of constituency because they are thought of as, not very bankable, But the bottom of the pyramid, as others here would testify, is one that is driving technology growth in Africa. So we had a range of methods, and demonstration was one of them, and observation. Because it's a proof of concept, we could not fully go back to the field to do some of the validation that we wanted. And we are very much grateful to Mozilla for the data sets. We use them in order to test what we are doing. And we found it very interesting because Kenya has, even though we think that they all speak Swahili, there are variations, dialects. There are also variations between those who have education, those who don't have education. So there are different versions of Swahili. We also felt that it's very important to do peer review of the technologies that we are producing. And because we were transdisciplinary with engineers and sociologists working together, this was a very useful exercise. We had workshops where we debated the direction of what we were producing. And it was very important for us to also envision and imagine what is success for us if we are coming up with a proof of concept. We wanted, for example, participation. We actually bought phones for the people in this rural context. And we wanted to get their participation. I think people talk about voice, but it's important also to incorporate listening. It's not just about giving voice, it's also about listening the other way. We normally, as developers, I would argue, we don't listen to the community, the users that we are trying to work with. Usability was actually very important. And we wanted a low tariff model, text to speech, and we wanted one that would also eventually incorporate voice. And a lot of consideration was put in terms of, low power usage, but also the cost of even hosting it on the web. They were also, because we think relational accountability is very important between the users and the developers. So we're very much emphasizing the idea that whatever we come up with, the community that helps us to develop the application should have equal rights, should have a say in what we are producing. So the chatbot was one that was, commonly, that was, also owned by them in terms of the design, in terms of the data justice ideas that we wanted to. And what we like about Mozilla, working with Mozilla, is their emphasis on open source coding. The idea that whatever you produce, you put it up there so that others can also learn from it and make use of it. And we were very much encouraged by these kind of frameworks. And you would find that the models that we produce are available. We are now talking to other partners to kind of take it to another level, because we want to expand it beyond just usage in Kiswahili. We want it to be used in other languages. I went to South Africa and Zimbabwe. They are very much interested in this. There are some agricultural organizations that want to buy into it. It's very important to disseminate. So we wrote about our findings, and we are still on the road trying to talk more about what we discovered. So in terms of what we did in terms of proof of concept, it was very important to work with a partner like Mozilla, their data sets, like others said, but also they provide a lot of support. They also introduce you to the community. The after service is very important in terms of dissemination, but also in terms of what next. And we are still here talking to them about the new direction, the new kind of initiatives that we do. I know there's no time for questions. I don't want to try the MC, but thank you very much for listening.
Big round of applause, please. I know I would have encouraged a question, but let me invite my brother to just summarize it up in 2 minutes. We have a keynote address coming up from the United States of America that must happen in real time. So unfortunately, we are 20 minutes late already, but we will fast track in our breakaway room. My brother, over to you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to say thank you to the awardees for making the presentation. Please give them a round of applause. They did amazing work with the small funding they received, and I'm very happy to see their work every single time. We have a session tomorrow, so please, if you're interested in knowing how they got the funding, what they did, how they built the things, the challenges, please come and see them tomorrow. We can have the questions and answer session there during that session. And thank you very much, and thank you to AT for everything.
A big round of applause to Mozilla Foundation, everyone. Please stand up and stretch your legs and your feet. You've been taking tea. Have the honors of respecting yourself and respecting food, and that food must go nicely to where it's supposed to go. And so I want to pass this announcement as we are standing. Stretch, turn around. Remember, the assignment was you look into your neighbor's eye. Straight into their retina's eye. Please, just stretch properly. Let's stretch the waistline for the ladies. That makes you look good. And for the gentlemen, we can do this one here. Ladies, don't try to do this one when you're wearing skirts. Just stretch the legs, okay? And then stretch the hand like this, your arm like this. And don't knock your neighbor, please. Okay? Yes. We are going into a breakaway session right away. And while we do that, I will play just a very small video here on stage for everyone while we organize the breakaway room in 2 minutes. And after that, we'll be breaking away to the 2 minutes, rather to the breakaway rooms. As we do that, take your seats. Let's have this chief come back. We didn't see the ladies, but they have to do their photograph up on stage. So please remain, take your seats. Media team, please, let's prepare for the video team. Let's have the photograph here. Let's have the media team move to their different respective halls, waiting for the people to arrive. This time around, we want to do it the best way possible. All right, Mozilla team, one more time. Give them a big round of applause to Mozilla Foundation. These guys have made things happen. This microphone would not be sounding here if these people were not coughing. They coughed And then so now we are getting the viruses coming from them, and things are happening on stage. All right, and we have another presentation coming from the US. All right, team, let's look into that gentleman in the black shirt. Yes, this is not allowed. The lady must always be in the middle. Yes, she must balance the equation there. No, in the middle. Yes, that's how. She's the only lady there. Yeah. Okay, ready? So let's give them one more big round of applause. And if you have questions or whatever for them, please, gentlemen, thank you very much. And lady, you can take your seat. You'll see them later on. We will not have time for them to come on stage. All right, media team, in 3, 2, 1. We have been here for 2 days now. Today is the 3rd day. Tomorrow is going to be the 4th day. And we're going to be rounding our zeros and cutting our ones and dividing all that we need to do. So we need to see what happened as we prepare to the breakaway room. Take it away. In Africa, to the modern masters of developers in Africa. Here comes an alluring summit of 2024. Welcome your neighbor to the Pearl of Africa.
Soaking has been in existence for 14 years. So it's been 14 years of trying to figure out how we can make Africa great. Our focus has always been Africa, hence the name Africa's Talking. The theme this year is Innovating Africa's Future. So we definitely can, there's no way we're going to innovate without theirs. So good to see you in the room. The summit is officially open. Have fun, enjoy yourselves. Looking forward to talking to each and every one of you.
As you guys grow, please come and talk to us about what we are seeing in your sector.
Hey, Tim, please. This technology of Africa that starts misbehaving at wrong hours. Yes. What's happening? What's happening, guys? So, can we play the next one, please, quickly? The breakaway room, Sylvia, MK. Sylvia was supposed to update me if the rooms are ready in 1 minute. Sylvia, please. Can somebody find Sylvia and confirm that? Confirm that. Thank you very much. Can somebody find Sylvia and confirm that? Chief Video Fees, we are running out of time. We have somebody online in the next 4 minutes. Yes? Can we have the developer story, please? Stay wherever you are. I will tell you exactly where you're going to go in the next 1 minute. Yes, Tim?
I know you guys have done thematic hackathons for the previous almost 2 years now, but this hackathon is a 4-day hackathon. And it's quite open on theme that you can pick with your team to build on. So today we'll focus on UI UX. How do you come up with a design for your solution and the user experience?
So there are things that we call design elements, okay? So we have looked at UI UX elements and now we have design elements because everything you're going to do at the end of the day is designed today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Everyone, we have 3 minutes and the following people are to show up in their room within 1 minute. We have a keynote address that must happen in that breakaway room, and so we'll give them priority to leave this room and get there in time because the Zoom is already set and it's about to happen. Breakaway is going to happen as follows. Main hall, I'll get to the main hall last. Let me start with the people going to Mengo. If you're going to Mengo, all conversation will be 1 hour and all of them are starting at the same time and stopping at the same time. So people who are going to Mengo, please prepare to leave the room and move to Mengo. Building a super funds and community. Building super funds and community. Okay, the presentation is going to be done from the US and the presenter is already up in that room waiting for the people who are supposed to be listening to them. So please, that's going to happen in Mengo, building super funds and community, building developers communities, and building scalable Android apps. Building super funds and community, building developers communities, building scalable Android apps. Please majestically make your way to that room. Okay? And Nakasero will have how to accidentally lose your $2 million. I don't know how these guys just come up with this thing easily like this. Eh? How to accidentally just lose your money like that. $2 million. That conversation is happening in that room. Me, I will not accidentally lose any $2 million. Eh? But I will make it. Anyway, jokes aside, so that's happening in that room, Nakasero, and unlocking markets and the future of database or the future of databases. Please move to that room. Main hall, evolution of messaging is going to happen here. Demystifying customer onboarding is going to happen here. And the art of downscaling is going to happen here. So please, all these breakaway rooms starts now. May you please multiply yourself by 0 if you're not in this main hall. And may you multiply yourself by numbers in Mengo. So people who are going to Mengo, please, can we move? Let's start moving now. In 3, 2, 1, let's move. If you're staying, you stay. Okay? Let me repeat. Mengo. Mengo has a very interesting conversation. So please, if you're going there, please move now. The presenter has only 2 minutes to start. He's been waiting for 30 minutes. And you know the people from that US of A, they don't like wasting time. Yes. Yes, can we move? Let's have people moving, please. Thank you. All conversation starts from 4 o'clock to 5. So let me tell you, Mengo should have started at 4 to 5, building super funds and community. That conversation is on already right now. So let's move to that room. It's starting from 4 to 5. The next one, building developers community, starts from 5 to 6. And from 6 to 7 is building scalable Android apps. So please move to that room. Okay. Thank you. Let's move to that room now. Mengo, we're giving you priorities to move. MK, I see you somewhere there. Please let's lead those people to that room so that we can have it done as quickly as possible. Thank you. All right, Nakasero. Breakaway room Nakasero. The conversation starts at 4 to 5. How to accidentally lose your $2 million. Okay, that's the first one. The second presentation there is 5 to 6, unlocking markets. If you're looking to unlock more markets and understand where and which place to go to, that conversation happened in that room. 6 to 7, the future of databases in the world or in Africa. So please move to that room right now. That's up in Nakasero. In the main hall here, let me even invite the first presenter of the main hall, please. If you're going, we want you to go so that when we announce, you're not hearing what we're saying. Yeah? You go to where you're supposed to be. Okay? You mean everyone is staying? Okay, let me invite. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and invite the first presenter in the main hall. Would be a conversation on demystifying customers onboarding. Customers onboarding conversation is happening here. The presenter, please, may you make your way up on stage. Yes. And the presenter for this is none other than Paul. Can we please give Paul a big round of applause? Paul says this is actually going to be a panel discussion approach. So can we have the panel join Paul? Paul is going to invite the panel, so you could take your seats. Gentlemen, can we please organize? You can take your seats. Paul. So the host will be here, and then maybe, how many? Team? 3. Okay, so if there are 3, let's organize it. So the host will be here, and then the other person, maybe, yes. So, yes. So camera, please, let's take away these two chairs on stage so that we don't have it redundant. Okay? Team, let's eliminate 2. Okay. Can we please eliminate the other one? Where is Arnold? Let's eliminate the other chair. The other side, we'll put it back after their conversation. Oh, the other panel that is coming is here now, finally. Has arrived. Is there another panel coming? Another panel member coming? Okay, so this is okay. All right. Over to you, Paul. A big round of applause to them. Just the etiquette of the panel is you turn on your microphone when you're speaking. As soon as you finish speaking, you turn them off so that we don't have feedback. And then also the other side is that keep a 1-inch distance so that you can sound better for the people who are listening in the room. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to each and every one of us. I hope we're doing well. So today, we are going to discuss a topic. The panel I have comprises mostly of people from Africa's Talking. Our topic is going to be demystifying the customer onboarding journey for Africa. So I think yesterday when I was presenting, I mentioned our theme is Innovating for Africa, and our focus is mostly Africa. So whatever discussions we'll have here are mostly going to be discussions around what we can do in Africa, mostly from an African context. So I have 3 panelists here. I'll start with the ladies. So I'll start with Khadija. She can introduce herself.
Hi everyone. My name is Khadija. I work at Africa's Talking. I'm a project manager at Africa's Talking.
Then the next person I have is Pauline.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pauline Degwa. I work at Africa's Talking with the client relations team.
Hey everyone, I hope you guys are doing well. My name is Samuel Kenywa, part of the marketing and communications team here at Africa's Talking. Looking forward to the discussion.
Yeah, thank you so much. They all look so natural. You'd think they've been doing this for some time, but it's their first time, so cut them some slack in case you notice them trying to figure out how to play around with the mic. So I'll go straight into it. So the first question I have is, we'll go to Pauline. So Pauline, as Pauline mentioned, Pauline sits in our client relations team. She currently handles client relations across the different markets in Africa's Talking. So Pauline, the first question I'm going to ask is, what is that one quality you feel always stands out when handling clients? And here, considering there's so much context about Africa, again, as we mentioned, Africa is a country, is too many countries, so much context, so much different cultures. So what's that one thing that you feel stands out for Africa's Talking when it comes to client relations?
Thank you, Paul. For me personally, I think it's empathy. Just having time you take your time to listen what the client is trying to tell you, what they're trying to achieve. So at the end of the day, you didn't just make a sale, but someone got the service that they actually needed. So that's an advantage for the business as well. The business will grow because we'll get more referrals if our customers are happy and satisfied.
Thank you so much, Pauline, for that. I think as Pauline has mentioned, empathy is one of those, when you look at our company mission and vision, empathy comes out as one of those things that we always strive to do. So I'm glad to hear that it's not just something being done by the leadership team, it's actually something being practiced by the different people. It will take me to the next question. Khadija comes from the operations team. So, yes, we are empathetic, but then how do we make sure that as a company we are creating a consistent experience for our customers across Africa? And here we are factoring in that, so Africa Stocking is in 23 countries, incorporated in 23 countries, which means we have staff in almost all those countries. So how do you make sure that that customer experience, the team that is doing customer experience, makes sure that we have the same experience across?
Thank you, Paul. So I think when you look at projects, when you want to have a consistent team across different countries, one of the things you need to do is map out your process. So we are saying that if you want to have a proper onboarding, seamless onboarding process, you need to map it out. So you have one core process that you can use across the different countries. But then again, after that, so once you have your core process, you can now localize it. This is because there are different countries with different, maybe compliance and cultural differences. So once you do that, localize it in terms of even like the team. So different teams have different needs, but always make sure that your core process remains the same. And then, of course, have like a collaborative tool. Because you want all the teams to have the same process. Remember, we said we want to have one core process. So having one tool that is collaborative will also help. And then also have regular check-ins. So have maybe country check-ins where the teams in different countries will have a check-in, and then also have like a weekly check-in with the overall company.
Thank you, Khadija. When it comes to tools, there's always been this notion that tools take away that customer interaction, and I think a lot of times people say, I don't want to talk to a bot, I want to talk to a human being. So you being in the operations team and looking at tools, how do you make sure that tools don't supersede that customer interaction?
So when I talk about tools, I don't mean the clients interacting with the tool. So it's more of the internal teams collaborating with the tools. Because of course, like even for myself, if I am inquiring about something, I would want to talk to somebody that I can ask different questions. So it's not something that is so automated. But for internally, we want to document that, having that transparent, almost like a Kanban board. So you have your process where you're saying, okay, so speaking to this client, I need to send documents, then you push it to another, and all this. So when you're on the Kanban board, and I'm sure most of you know what a Kanban board, yes? So a Kanban board is just having like different tasks that are on a board that you can change. So you can say my start process is, I need full information of the client. Then after that, I need to change that to say, this client has all the information, now maybe they need the technical support. So that, again, is owned by somebody else. So if I'm in, say, for example, in Nigeria, and maybe our technical support is in Nairobi, the tool is so transparent in a way that everyone understands where the process is at. So there's never a drop of, so that's like in terms of collaboration. So that's the process I was talking about, mapping out that entire process from where do we start from and where does that onboarding process end. And that's the tool now to use. It could be anything. If you're a startup and you cannot afford a tool, you can always use your Excel sheet. So you have an Excel sheet where you move from one to, have owners and say, yeah, so you can, you know how to use, you can put the statuses, data validation, you put statuses and say, this is ongoing, this has been closed. And anyone who logs on to that Excel sheet has an understanding of where that process is. And this is important because if somebody falls sick, then we can't say, oh, you know, where are we with this client? And we all look like we do not understand what we're doing. But it's more of looking at the process that we've created and understanding where the onboarding process is at.
Thank you. Yeah, speaking of tools, I know the marketing team, Sam from the marketing team. So the marketing team is one of those teams that has the highest number of tools because, of course, you want to do SEO optimization, you want to reach out to as many people as possible. So looking at tools, and especially in this digital era, we are finding that there's a lot of tools that you need to use just to be able to engage your customers. So what would you say is the role of some of these digital tools and digital marketing when it comes to building scalable client relationships in Africa? And here, you're factoring in that, again, most of those clients you're trying to talk to probably do not even have access to some of those tools.
That's true. So thank you so much for that question. So ideally, the main reason for tools, especially in digital marketing, helps in two things. The first thing is analytics. You really need to analyze every interaction that's coming in so that way you can make better data-driven decisions. Then the second aspect is in terms of scalability. So tools help you scale operations in a way that's never been done before. So we'll take an example of, as you've mentioned, Africa's Talking is in 23 African countries. So managing operations across all those different countries requires a lot of automation, and tools definitely help with that automation. So with that, we see a lot of people feeding in to that information. One unique thing about Africa is the aspect of mobile penetration across the continent. It is really, really increasing over time. And with that, we can get to see our solutions in play. So especially when it comes to client relationships, you'll see people maintaining relationships through SMS notifications or USSD interactions. Given the solutions developers have been building over these past few days, those being funneled into now the tools being used, as Khadija mentioned, within the team, definitely gives the internal team insight on how they can touch base with our customers, and it helps in those two things: data analysis and operational scalability.
Thank you, Samke. Maybe just for purposes of the audience, which tools do you think have revolutionized how you work? So far, have revolutionized how you work?
There are plenty. So I'll make them in buckets. So we have social media automation. That is the most important, especially for digital marketing. So you'd want to create automations that make you engage with your customers at any time. So considering in Africa we have 3 different time zones, so from East Africa all the way to West Africa. You don't want to engage customers, say, at midnight here in Kenya or East Africa, and in Ghana, that's when they're starting their day. So you want to use social media automation to help you automate the content you're posting out. Secondly, email automation. So email automation helps with subscriber management. So any people who sign up to your platform, you need to funnel them through a subscriber management. So email is one of the best way to communicate with your customers. So social media automation, email automation to begin. Then the next thing is SEO, search engine optimization. So this helps you reach the right customers who are searching for your product. So you'll find your solution ranks higher depending on the keywords that you use. So those are the 3 main things, arsenal, that I'd give digital marketers.
Thank you, Samke, for that. I think at some point you mentioned something around Africa has multiple time zones. I know that's a big challenge when it comes to scaling customer onboarding, because you have Kenya, Uganda is probably around 4:45 right now. You have Nigeria, they're just going for lunch. You probably have Ghana, who are just waking up. So, Pauline, how do you handle the different time zones when it comes to client relations?
Is it on? Okay. So our team has come up with a way of ensuring that our clients are served within the different time zones. We always ensure that there's someone who is able to support the clients either on email or on phone, just keeping in mind the different time zones that we are in at the moment. We're also trying to implement AI and automating most of our services so that clients can be able to have self-service. So you don't have to have an actual human being serving you for you to get the actual service that you want. And just having an informed website where all the information is available, well explained. Yeah, just to make sure that the clients get the services that they want across all the markets.
Thank you. Yeah, interesting that you said you have people manning the different countries. So when it comes to language, again, we have probably, I don't know, maybe 200 or more languages. I know Africa's Talking sends an SMS and USSD and voice and airtime to every single country in Africa. How do you tackle that in CR client relations?
Sorry, Paul, please come again.
So saying, since Africa's Talking is a Pan-African company, ideally you have customers in every single country in Africa. So when it comes to the aspect of language, how do you handle language across? Considering I want to believe almost 100% of your staff is English, speaks English.
So in some of these countries, we have representatives who help the different people in these different markets. So I know we're in West Africa, where there are French-speaking people. So there's someone within the community who is able to assist clients who speak the different languages. So all markets are well taken care of. Yeah.
Thank you, Pauline. Moving to Khadija. So I think the operations team is, of course, involved in retention. It's involved in making sure the teams are performing at high impact. So what would you say has been the biggest challenge when it comes to trying to manage teams that are remote, teams that are in different countries, different time zones, teams that you need to make sure have the same are offering the same experience. Again, those teams need to make sure they have local context. What would you say the challenges you faced when it comes to handling such kind of teams?
I think as project managers, we have the sometimes worst jobs. We are dealing with people, so we are prefects. We have to tell people, just make sure that things are moving, make sure that people are collaborating. So yeah, so of course, the biggest challenge in terms of dealing with multiple countries is cultural differences. So when you look at the way we are in Kenya, it's very different compared to how people are in Nigeria. So for example, the other day we went to our Nigerian offices, and people in Nigeria are very aggressive. So you're in traffic and guys are hooting. So the light goes green, everyone is hooting. And I think as Kenyans, we're just shocked. We are not that aggressive. So when you look at those kind of dynamics, you have to understand how, when you're setting, say for example, when you're setting up tasks or looking at how people work, you have to understand how they behave. So in order for you to understand your team dynamics. So cultural differences, just understanding, I think, going to different, so if you have different offices, just visiting the different countries to understand how they work, so that you do not take offense when somebody is in a meeting and talking very aggressively. It's not because they are shouting at you, it's just the way they speak. The other thing is collaboration. I think remote working, that's one of the hardest things, is just getting people to collaborate. So you can imagine guys are working from home. Africa's Talking is, I can't even say hybrid, we are a remote company. So if you decide to work from home, you can work from home. So making sure that you're calling people or giving them a tool that you're not micromanaging people, but you're giving them a vision that they understand that they need to work on a project that, they buy in. So one of the things I always say is I do not want to sell something to someone that I'm forcing down their throats, because then I have to call you all the time to see if you've done it. But it's to give you the reason as to why you have to do that task. So yeah, so the biggest challenge I think for remote working, especially in handling multiple in a Pan-African company, is just to have that collaboration, to figure out how you're going to give them a tool that has a lot of collaboration and understanding the cultural differences. And also motivation. How do you motivate a team? Because the way we probably want to be motivated in Kenya, and the way I would motivate the teams in Kenya, is because I understand them. I am a Kenyan and I would understand how they work. But it's completely different when I go, say, for example, when I go to Tanzania. So yeah, understanding those three things.
Thank you. I'll deviate a little bit just and take us back a step. So one of the other challenges that I've seen when it comes to customer onboarding is always, especially when it comes to the business that Africa Stocking does, is always people saying, I feel like you have so much information about me. What do you guys do with that? So for you to send an SMS in Africa Stocking or to get your SSD in Africa Stocking, depending on the country, I think in Nigeria you even have to give us your passport. In Kenya, you have to give us your company registration and all that. And this becomes a challenge when you're onboarding a customer, because the customer feels it's a bit intrusive in this era of data and all that. So just going back to Pauline, what would you say? Why do we need all this? Because I'm guessing as you're trying to scale in all these countries, you have to have context about all this for 54 countries in Africa. You have to know what is needed in all those countries. Maybe you can just talk a bit about why that's important for the company.
So KYC is important for the company because you get to build trust with the customer, in the sense that they know you get to know what they actually want to achieve. By doing that KYC, they normally fill in what they want to achieve. By going through that, you're able to offer them the service that they actually need. And they'll also know that their data is also safe with us, and that whatever information that they've shared with us will not go sharing with other people. And as well, since we work with telcos, they need some of these documents as well, and also our legal team. So I know sometimes it seems tedious, but I think it's a very important requirement for just to know your customer better and what they do, and you can actually even cross-sell products that they didn't know that they needed, but because of the KYC, you have a better understanding of what they do. Yeah, so it benefits both the customer and the company as well.
Thank you, Pauline. Again, just going back to the KYC journey, part of customer onboarding, of course, is even before you onboard that customer, you have to have generated some awareness, created some awareness for that customer to know about your product. So I'll go back to you, Samke. So hearing what Pauline says, it seems KYC is a big deal, and it probably is one of those things that would either make a client decide to use Africa Stocking or not. So for you, when it now comes to generating leads, do you incorporate some of those things in generating leads, or how do you generate leads and make sure that you're qualifying the right leads? Because you want, by the time the lead is becoming a customer for Pauline to onboard, you want to make sure that customer understands Africa Stocking, they understand what they're supposed to do. So how do you, first of all, create the awareness? How do you then qualify the lead?
Thanks, Paul. So for lead generation, it's a very tedious affair because it requires a lot of deep understanding of our customers. So as we mentioned, we're in 23 markets. So generating leads in those markets need to do a lot of research to understand what Uganda is, what Kenya is, what Nigeria is like. So that way when you are communicating to them, you can convince them easily. So generating leads requires content that convinces. So once you get the leads, what we're looking for is a name and at least a contact point, be it their email or their phone number. Why this is important is so that we can easily engage with them, which leads us to the next step, which is the qualification. So in qualification, we look at a two-way approach. So for qualification, we look at the first way, which is automation. So once we have the point of contacts, we reach out to each and every one of them, automated, be it email automations, SMS automations, or even mobile phone call automations. Thereby, we give them a lot more context, a lot more information about what we want to offer, be it use cases on our products, be it new features we are enrolling. So that's one of the things we're looking to showcase in the automation section. The next section is the human insight, the human touch. It's very exhausting talking to a bot. I know it, I've been through it, it's just exhausting. You'd want a human touch to at least walk you through the next steps of the process. So all we always have as a call to action is meet the team. So in that section, as Pauline rightfully mentioned, KYC also helps us. It helps us help you. So that is how we generate leads. So in terms of lead generation, we look at two main things. So one, deep customer understanding and content that convinces. For lead qualification, we look at the two main things, which is the automation that is giving them automated information. Then the second aspect is the human touch. So by the moment they get to the human touch, they at least know one or two things about what we're trying to communicate. And that is one of the best case practices when it comes to the onboarding flow.
Thank you. I'm tempted to ask you a question. So they always say, when it comes to communication, you can never over-communicate. But then again, sometimes you can over-communicate. You get to a place where the customer feels like, I keep getting emails from you. You guys are doing so much marketing. And I know that's one of the things we try to do sometimes, where there's a lot of email campaigns we send. There's a lot of things we do on the website and all that. So at what point do you say, okay, I'm not over-communicating, but I'm communicating enough to make you aware, and I don't want you to get tired. But again, I want you to know what I'm doing.
Thanks. That's a very, very nice question. So think of communication as a dance. You don't want it to last too long, or even a hug. Very simple. A hug shouldn't last too long and shouldn't last too short. It should be just right. And that requires a lot of experience, a lot of knowing your customer. And in a good case practice, rule of thumb would be it's better to over-communicate than to under-communicate. So if you're under-communicating, just know your customers are definitely frustrated. So you'd rather be on the over-communication side. But that requires a lot of practice, understanding your customers, and think of communication as a hug. Just understand when to let go.
The people who don't like hugs. So anyway, that's just on a light note. Thank you, Sam K. Yeah, so just moving back to Pauline. You mentioned AI, and since yesterday up to today, I think I've heard the word, you know, that thing people usually say, if I had the word AI or machine learning, if I had $1 for every time somebody said AI, I'd probably be rich. I'm guessing all of us, if you were to be given $1 every time somebody said AI in this forum, you probably would all go with not less than $100, each and every one of us. So what trends are these that you're seeing coming up in the client relations space? And how does Africa Stocking want to incorporate? Because again, you don't want to be that company that feels very robotic. So how do you have that balance? Some case said communication is a dance. I don't know for client relations whether client relations is a dance. So what are those trends that you see coming up in client relations?
All right. So we offer 6 products in 23 markets. Our team is composed of, I think, around 6 people. And we are serving people in all those markets. if we want to make sure that our response time is not delayed, we need to implement some of this automation, just not to keep clients waiting, just make sure that even if they won't talk to the bot throughout, at least they have the initial, the first-hand information before they give up on us. I think this is very important. Just to keep them going before someone actually handles it, because as client relations we deal with phone requests, we have emails, it can really get busy, so some of these things will just come in handy to help us. The other thing would be training and development, more training for the team, so that we know how to effectively, so that we can learn what other people are also doing to help with the onboarding process. Maybe there are other things that people have done and, as Africa Stocking, we haven't implemented. And then remote support. We're already doing this, and even in markets where we don't, so in the different 23 markets, we have people who are already present in those markets, but in the markets where we don't have people, we still do the remote support. That's why I think automation is just very important for the business.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pauline, for that. Just now, my last question. So I know Khadija, from the operations team and projects team, you look at everything as a project with KPIs, with timelines and measurable metrics. So in this whole conversation we've had, how do you measure the metrics just to make sure that it is actually something that can be scaled across the different countries? What metrics and how do you measure success for all these different teams that, as ops, you're trying to scale across the different countries?
Yeah. So there are different ways to measure different tasks. In terms of, your teams, you can have your KPIs and give them goals. And it's very easy. When I look at goals for teams, it's something that somebody wants to achieve. And for me, I look at everything as a challenge. So if, say, for example, your work as a project manager is to make sure that people are collaborative, so then break that, so if that's the overall goal, then break that down into multiple tasks that gets you to achieve that. So yeah, so of course we have different metrics to measure team performance, customer satisfaction, and every other aspect of success. But one thing for onboarding, especially in this conversation, is that if we have like the shortest time possible in a more simplified way for onboarding, where the whole process is very transparent in a sense that everyone in the team understands where the process is at any given moment, that even if there's a handover internally, say for example, maybe somebody is leaving or they fell ill, that the client will not even know that there was a handover between between the colleagues. So yeah, so having a very simplified, short customer onboarding journey is success.
Thank you, Khadija. Yeah, so I think that's it from us. I'm hoping you've learned a thing or two about Africa Stocking and what we're trying to do. Thank you, Sam K from the marketing team, Pauline from the client relations team, and Khadija from the operations team. I don't know if the MC will allow me to open up for questions, but please feel free to reach out to any of us in case you have any questions, but in case there are any burning questions.
Paul, we can give you just one question if somebody have a question, because we are moving into the next one to catch up. Anybody with a question so far to this session? There's an hand up there. We'll probably allow only one. Yes, your name and your question, please.
Hello, Shani. My question to the project manager.
Shali, can you speak to the technology properly? Just take it up. No, it's okay. Microphone is, yes, take it up.
Okay, my question is, so if you have like a couple of services you are offering, and what if you have a new client that, like, let's say there's the way the door is opening, but this client wants it to open the other way. Is there like a way you customize your features or the services you offer to your clients, and like how do you manage it, and how long does it take to roll out if you have customized it?
Thank you. I hope the team, you've got the question clear?
Yeah.
Okay, friends, can wrap it up with that one. Any other one? Let's just see if there's a... Okay, there's a lady there, and that closed that chapter. Thank you. Please stand up, beautiful, and tell us your beautiful name and your question, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kolgabe Fiona, and I'm an influencer. So I picked interest in what Mr. Samuel said. He mentioned about getting to a point where you need to stop when it comes to communicating. Now, here is a question I have. When do you know that I've gotten to a point I need to stop communicating? Because usually they tell us the more you put your product out there to the people to see it, is the more they actually get to know about it. So it's like most people would prefer continuous communication to the point. Like, you need to remind people, this is what I have, this is what I'm changing about my product, and this is what is taking place. So at what time do you stop communicating to your people or telling them about what you're doing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's wrap it up. Let's get it back to Sam. I think one is for Sami K, and then the first question I think is going to either Khadija or... Yes. Dive into it, guys. You have 1 minute to wrap it up. Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, the way I look at clients coming, so if they want doors to open in a different direction than what you're currently offering, is customer is always king. So the door might not actually be possible to be opened in that direction, but you have to make you have to make them understand that the reason as to why it cannot happen. So that's why we have different departments. So for us in projects, we look at it in a way that who's the best person to handle it. So then I would look for Pauline to explain to the client in terms of why we're offering this product, and why we are offering it as is. But again, sometimes there are ways you can customize something to fit the needs of a client, because that's why businesses exist, because we are trying to also understand, iterate our products. So yeah, it's always possible. I think the thing is just understand and make sure that you always make your clients feel very comfortable.
Thank you. We move to Samike.
Thank you for your question, Fiona. So for that question, how to know when to let go or how to know when to not over-communicate is largely informed by data. So that's why we use a lot of tools to give you those metrics. So you look at the bell curve. If your metrics are at the optimum and they start dwindling, that is when you know you have over-communicated. So I'll give an example of social media. So the more you post, you'll see there's a point at which your posts are engaged with a lot. Then at some point, you'll find that those engagement rates drop. Same with email communication. You'll see that the open rate is high at a certain point, or high for certain email content, but low for other email content. So once you look at those engagement metrics, numbers will never lie to you. So when you see them dwindling, that's when you'll know you'll have to recalibrate and reorganize yourself so that you can communicate at the right way.
Paul?
Thank you so much. Again, these people look like naturals. This is your first time doing this, so you're a very good crowd. I think you've made them feel very comfortable. I guess apart from Samke and maybe Khadija, I'll give you guys a story. So Pauline is very quiet and very reserved, so for her to be speaking, it definitely means you are a good crowd. So thank you so much for being a good panelist, and thank you so much to the audience for the engagement. Thank you for being attentive. Always here. Again, going by the goal of the summit, the question is, what can we do for you? And please let us know. If there's any questions you have, anything you want us to clarify, please let us know. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, team. A big round of applause to this team. All right, demystifying customer onboarding. Please remain standing in front there for your official photograph. And Hey, give them a big round. Don't feel bad when you are not there. Your time will come. Clap for them. Make them feel good. Yes. Thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies. Big round of applause to them one more time while we take the photo. It is also health-wise very important for you to keep clapping so that your brain coordinates very well with your body and also your mind. Begin to conceive new ideas when you clap your hand, please. So, clap one more time. Yes. Is it done? Is the photo done? Let me count in 3, 2. This gentleman right here in 3, 2, 1, and thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please usher them back with a big round of applause. One more. I told you this is important to keep clapping. You will get more benefits. Yes. Mike. Please, let's have a video, a moment. Let's check out what has been happening in the summit in the last couple of days as we move to the next panel discussion on stage. All right? Of developers in Africa. Here comes an alluring summit of 2024. From the secret places of Orient in Africa to the modern masters of developers in Africa. Here comes an alluring summit of 2024. Welcome your neighbor to the Pearl of Africa.
Talking has been in existence for 14 years. So it's been 14 years of trying to figure out how we can make Africa great. Our focus has always been Africa, hence the name Africa's Talking. The theme this year is Innovating Africa's Future. So we definitely can, there's no way we're going to innovate without devs. So good to see you in the room. The summit is officially open. Have fun, enjoy yourselves. Looking forward to talking to each and every one of you.
As you guys grow, please come and talk to us about what we are seeing in your sector.
Thank you, Africa. Thank you one more time. You can give yourself a big round of applause. Hey, you don't want to clap for yourself even. Today we are not giving you food. When you give you tea, snacks, you are now comfortable. So we're not going to give you anything. So I come from a background of human kinetics, among other things, and kinesiology. In layman language is basically studying human brains and human muscle system, from the skeletal muscles of a human being to how a human being functions. So where the doctors stop is where I start, or some of us start. So we study something called preventive medication. Doctors study something called curative medication. They spend 5 years studying those things. I spent 12 years and still counting. So who is who? Okay, so when I tell you to clap your hand, please clap your hand because it's good. I'll tell you something about cardiorespiratory capacity, the ability of a human being to take in oxygen. Now we are taking oxygen. Every time you clap your hand, you're doing something physical activity that allows your brain to take in oxygen. Okay? That oxygen is used at the cell level, which is called circulation of oxygen from the brain to the rest of the body every time you go for physics. Aerobic, or if you walk or you clap. So those two things are used at a certain point X. Circulation, respiration, I use at a certain point number 3 called bioenergetics. You convert food to energy. So you have been drinking and eating. If you don't clap and you are sitting for too long, your brain and your metabolic system will not activate to burn that food down to convert it to energy, so you can stay active in this room for this knowledge acquisition. You will thank me later when you clap yourself again, one more time, so the food can continue to activate in the system. So make sure that your enzymes are active and your metabolism is working and increase your metabolic rate and many other things. Other than that, let's come back to technology. All right? So that's why I keep telling you to stand up, clap, and then don't feel like this gentleman is just making us stand and keep doing this. As developers, we're supposed to sit, get back problem and chest problem, and we die young. No. Help you. Next on stage, they will be talking about the art of down selling. How do we sell? Basically, what these guys are saying in very many English words. English. So please put your hands together for the one and only who is going to moderate this panel, Effie. And as Effie will make her way, and she will basically invite all our panel members to join her on stage. They will have 45 minutes, in fact 35 to 45 minutes of a bumpy ride of telling us what the next step is and how we can learn the art of saying these things. And then after that, we'll move into the next session. So, madam, welcome on stage. Please give a big round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. Can I have the slides? I hope you're well and enjoying the summit so far. It's amazing to see all of you in the summit, and I hope you're enjoying and talking to the Africa's Talking team to just ensure you're getting all the information you need and the help that you need. I'm buying time to get the slides up. All right, so my name is Effie Rota, and I'm the Senior Lead for Customer Success at Africa is Talking. And today's topic, so we are talking about churn or negotiate, and we are looking at the art of downselling. So just to give a small brief for anyone who does not understand this term churn. So just simply looking at it, churn is the rate at which customers are lost, or the rate at which a customer stops using your service or your product. So it means a lost business in short words. So looking at, as we are innovating Africa's future, I know the end goal for all of us as businesses is to remain profitable. And for customer success, one of our key KPIs is to retain clients. So churn becomes a very important aspect to look at, and ensuring that we take all measures and strategies to ensure that a customer stays and they grow with you in the business to ensure profitability. So maybe just going to that quote, making new friends but keep the old. One is silver, the other is gold. So for any business, as much as you'll intensify efforts to bring in more guys, your current customers are your gold. So you need to ensure your customers are happy and remain in the business. So just looking at the types of churn, we have customer churn, where it is if you lose a customer, it's then a percentage of customers lost over the total amount of paying customers. So it's a comparison between the number of customers lost vis-a-vis all your portfolio of clients who are using you. Then we have revenue churn, which is just basically the amount of money you've lost as a business due to churn. Then we have gross churn, and then the net churn would be the overall. So research shows that it is 5 times more costly to attract a new customer than to retain a customer. So that just goes to tell you, like for you to close a sale, you'll have to put in 5 times more effort vis-a-vis just you retaining the customer. So that just gives you the emphasis where that churn, you need to keep your customer happy and in the business. Then according to Forbes, there is more, for businesses, you'd get 25 increase in profit if a company increases customer retention by just 5%. So it just tells you for any company that's looking to grow by 25% in a year, you need to reduce your churn rate and ensure just by 5%, because ultimately, and this is a phenomenal, it's known, like as humans, we all fear loss. And for business, it's a reality. Not all your customers are going to stay. So that's the reality on the ground. There'll be those who stay and there'll be those who leave. But where we are coming from is you need to ensure that you reduce that rate by just 5%. You will see a 25% growth in your business. So just looking at this, it's giving back the emphasis where it's easier to grow your business. So according to Ghana, a staggering 80% of companies' future revenue will come from 20% of your existing customers. So if you're building a sustainable business, you need to ensure that if you just ensure that the 20% in your business are happy, you will encounter that growth. Then just looking at it, so that means if you're getting 80% from your existing customers, only 20%, between 5 and 20% will come from your new business. So as much as new business is important, it is important to retain your existing customers. So usually, based on survey, this is a report from Oracle, most people lose their customers due to bad customer service. So that's the number one, like 70% score is on customer service. That's why customer experience is very key, right from onboarding to the entire customer journey. And that is why Africa Stocking is very keen on ensuring we give top-class experience for our customer at any stage. Oh, sorry, how do I go back? Okay. Then the next one would be quality of service. So are you giving a product that meets their objectives? And then the third one is price, then functionality, convenience, needs change, and others. So because I want us to jump into the panel, I won't go through this because based on the conversations, we'll be able to delve into ways we can maintain our clients. So looking at the negotiation strategy, so when should you try and retain a client? We've said churn is inevitable. There'll be those who will leave. So for someone in customer experience, you need to decide, should I let this customer leave or should I negotiate with them? So that brings in the negotiation strategy, and we've looked at the aspects in terms of why we need to retain clients. We've said it will save you money, it maintains sustainability and growth in revenue for the business. It's easier to convert and upsell to an existing customer than a new one, and it increases profitability for a business. So, just looking at the topic and downselling, so one of the key KPIs for anyone in customer experience is to upsell. But there'll be situations where a customer comes and tells you, either it's, we need a discount, and that's one of those conversations that we don't like having, because already we've projected based on what you're currently spending. So if you ask us to reduce the cost, we have to re-strategize and change things here and there. So downselling is basically a technique where you present a reduced cost or a scaled back version of a product for a customer who's not willing to pay the initial offer. So basically that's what downselling is. So some of the strategies for downselling would be discounts and deals, and you've seen like we are heading to Black Friday, so you're going to see a lot of discounts and deals flying all over from most of the businesses. You can communicate a secondary offer. If a client wants to leave, you can give them an counter offer. Then there'll be one-time offers where you give an extraordinary price just to retain this customer, or offer a basic package or a lower priced bundle pricing. So those are some of the strategies we look at when downselling. So just looking at when do you use downselling? Like, at what point would you consider downselling? So one of them is price sensitivity. When a customer is very sensitive on price, and that is what stands between them leaving or staying with you, then you have to consider downselling as an option. The other one is underutilized features. So you have this customer on a premium package in your company, but they're asking for a price, yet what they are consuming is actually a basic feature. You can choose to downgrade them and offer them a price and reduce the other features if they are not utilizing those features. So example, it would be in African stocking context, if you're using our plug and play solution, our plug and play to send SMSs or USSD to run your communications basically, you do not need, and we have additional features such as running surveys and more analytics. So if you don't need survey or analytics, there is no point for us to charge you that full package. We can give you a reduced option where you just go for the basic, where you just send an SMS or a SSD. The other one would be temporary financial hardships. As a business, we know that you'll encounter where one of your top client is facing a financial, some financial hurdle. And at that point, if you have a long-standing relationship, and I think there are certain occasions where, especially during COVID, most companies chose to subsidize for their clients based on that phenomenon, people who are facing some hardships financially. So downselling can sometimes be important when you have a good client and you know they're just facing a temporary, because the key here is temporary, because you also don't want to go at a loss in the end run. Then when you see as well, you can consider downselling when there is reduced engagement from a client. That's a signal that the client is about to leave. So those are the points where you can look at downselling. So before I invite the panelists, just giving you some of the reasons you can allow a customer to churn, because we've talked about when do you negotiate with a client, when do you decide it's okay, you can leave, it's been real, thank you very much for your business. So sometimes, like, it's a reality. In any relationship, people break up. So, and brands as well get dumped. So if certain situations where the client feels, I can no longer work with your brand, you cannot put a gun to a client and tell them you can't leave. So you just let them go if downselling is not an option. The other one would be if they have bad experience and it is being counterproductive to your brand. So there's nothing worse than keeping a customer who's scorned, who is not happy, and would dilute your brand by what they are telling other people, because word of mouth is very important. So if you have such a customer and you've tried to improve the relationship and it's not working, it's okay to let them go. Oh, sorry. Then misalignment with the customer's needs. There'll be times when a customer would onboard, but going down the line, they realize your products are actually not meeting my objectives as a business. And you've tried always to see if you can align to their business and there is no fit, it is okay. If you cannot sell to someone, you cannot sell, what example can I use? Like telling, trying to get a good example there, but you can't sell something to someone who doesn't need it. It's like going to a hospital and you do not have diabetes and the doctor is insisting on giving you insulin. It can't work. So you're not their right crowd. So, and lastly, when there are certain clients that become expensive to keep. Probably they are asking for some support that is extraordinary, which is against your policy. It is okay to let them go. So there'll be occasions where it is okay to let a customer go if it is not serving their needs or your business needs. So we'll jump into the panel discussion. This is our email address in case you need any information or support. You can always reach us at customersuccess@africastalking.com. So I'll invite my panelists to the stage, and I have been warned because there are some names I can't pronounce here, so I will not attempt. So I'll start with Gideon. You can walk into the stage. Gideon is the CEO for ICT Authority in Uganda. He's a digital transformation expert. He's a founder. So he will be able to give us more insights into what he does and what he's passionate about. Then I'll invite Edrine. Edrine is a mother of 3. She's a customer experience coach and a mentor. She's passionate around developing innovative solutions that enhance customer experience. Welcome to the stage. And last but not least, I'll invite Justine. Justine is in marketing. She's a communication and a customer experience expert. She's passionate about customer satisfaction and retention. So she'll tell us more about what she does. And yeah, so switching gears to the panel. All right. So I'll go straight into letting them introduce themselves because their names are beautiful, yet I can't pronounce them. So it would be good to hear them introduce yourself and tell us what you do and what you're passionate about. And I'll start with Justine, who's at the end. You can go.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. My name is Adrine Twinamatsko. I am the customer service head at Jubilee Life Insurance Company in Uganda. I am a mother of 3 and a wife, like as already introduced, and I am very passionate about customer experience because it solves customer problems. It creates meaningful connections, really. And for me, I am in this field because it's my joy to see a customer walk away happy after they've gotten a solution to their query. I have done customer experience for, I would call myself an expert really. I've done it for about 15 years with quite a number of industries. So I have had to interact with different complaints, different queries, very different customer expectations from about 4 industries that I've worked in. And I must say it's very fulfilling, it's very exciting, it's very challenging, and, but I would say more exciting, especially in this time of AI. It presents a very, very unique way of solving rather very complex customer problems. Thank you.
To Gideon.
Thank you very much, Ifi. My name is Gideon Kurununji. I'm the CEO of the ICT Association of Uganda, not the ICT Authority. I sit on the Presidential Investors Roundtable on the ICT Committee for TICON Africa. It's a Pan-African ICT association that brings together all ICT associations in Africa. I sit on the Research Committee. I run a company that started in 2004. This year we made 20 years. It's called Impact Outsourcing. You don't know it because maybe we don't sell things that are, you know, because for us, we have been on the downside of customer experience. Let's skip the choir. Let's go into the sermon. Or let's even skip the sermon as our friend Graham may want. We go to the confession. Me, I've been on the other side of customer experience because the company ran in 2011, there was a credit crunch in Europe. We had no chance to negotiate. We had no chance to negotiate. We had no chance to let go. We were let go. They let us go even before we had a chance to negotiate. The credit crunch in Europe made us close business for 4 years, having started in 2004. So we had to rely on funds from our mother company. So when I was hired in 2017, I found a company existing with just a shell with an unpaid annual year returns. And having embedded in a digital marketing agency, which I run now, having also embedded in a software development hub as well, and now we pioneered some products in AI, in digital marketing as well in the market. Though still, customers don't want to hear that, you know. So I'm always still, I think I can relate with some people here in the room, or I don't relate with any, because for us, the things we sell, there is no option sometimes. We can't even negotiate, neither do we, it was negotiate or what? Or downsell, yes. Yeah. Some of us don't have those options. And that's what I want to ask. What should we do, we who don't have those options? Mambo, AI, or whatever. Yes, I'm researching. Today morning I was on a panel defending my research. I research on behavioral malware prediction, whereby I'm using recurrent neural networks, really, to predict with machine learning. Just, I want to predict malware before it evolves and payloads. Can I predict it? So I researched this with Macquarie University and Cardiff University. So today I was presenting before a panel. They don't want to hear excuses. They want answers. Of course, yes, I passed, yes, but I had also a negotiation meeting with my client who fired me immediately. So we never have options sometimes to downsell or negotiate with these customers. So I think I've been in this chain, I've worked with supermarket chains, a lot of them. We've implemented technologies with governments, with beyond Uganda, Ethiopia too. We've served a lot of companies as a company. So one of the challenges I think is that we who are in the service industry, sometimes we don't have that option. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Justine Andrea Nansuvuga. These mics are very limiting. I wish I could have just a regular mic. Okay, my name is Justine Andrea Nansuvuga. I am the manager, marketing, communications, and customer experience at Jubilee Health Insurance. In the customer experience or customer service field, I have had a career of just shy of a decade. I've worked with previously Umeme, for digital media services. So all those initiatives that you see on social media, I was in charge of that department right before I joined Jubilee. Then I've also had some experience working with Hilton Group in Dubai, where I was also managing customers across 3 properties for Hilton Group. Then right before that, I was also working at an agency where I was also dealing with a number of clients, British American Tobacco, Centenary Bank, National Social Security Fund, NSSF, and Etihad Airways, among others. So yeah, I'm 31, but yeah, a lot of experience. So I can't wait to share some of the encounters that I've had with customers and how businesses can thrive as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can see how rich in terms of experience and expertise that we have here. And I'll go to my first question and I'll direct it to Adrian. And my first question is, have you been in a situation where you had to downsell? And how did you handle that?
Okay, yeah, yes, I've been. Maybe I didn't also mention that I have worked for the companies that I've worked with, so my examples can be relevant. I've worked with a bank before. Straight out of uni, I worked with DFCU Bank. I then joined MTN Uganda, which is a telecom, resonates with most of you here, since you're techie. And then I've also worked with a pay TV, which is DSTV. I'll make mention of a scenario where we had to downsell. At the DSTV company, there's a lot of churn, you know that, because there's Netflix, there's so many options to choose from. So you had customers that would stop subscribing because there are options, right? So for you to be able to return these customers, there are times when you would give them free packages. Or you tell them to pay one package lower and get a higher package. You understand? So you're in the business of making sure these customers are retained and you're looking at the long-term value of this customer. After all, right now they are not subscribing anyway. Yeah? You're losing revenue. If you give them a lower package, they'll probably, and then you excite them with a little package higher, we used to call it step up. So you'd excite them to get back on board, and you're looking at this customer getting excited with a bigger package, which means they will continue paying. You hope that they will continue paying for that package, which gives you more revenue. So yes, often companies have had to downsell for a long-term strategy in terms of revenue and retention.
Thank you, Adrian. So I'll jump to Gideon, and I'm looking at you being doing machine learning and all that. And my question is, do you think there's a way AI can help in addressing churn, which is a big issue, as we've all said? What is your thought? Is it a good thing or is it counterproductive for?
It is a good thing. However, let's understand the context here. Number one, I'm a practitioner of AI. I love it so much. I'm researching in it. I want to do it for my PhD, so it's okay. I love AI. However, we are dealing with a market where currently I've worked with supermarket chains. We have over 5 branches across the city, and I was in charge of, when I left MTN, I was hired by my billionaire who said, run my company. I closed it, but now run it. But when he hired me, we had to onboard supermarkets to support them with IT support. So supermarkets were offering this 6% to people when they shop with royalty cards. Their aim was royalty. Do you know what happened? The regulator came, increased something which I can't mention because I lead an ICT association of Uganda, so I have to be humble. However, these cards were removed. Now there are no royalty cards in every supermarket in Uganda except one who has a waiver that I can't also mention about. So, okay, let's mention it. Let's go for the kill, taxes. So no supermarket currently has loyalty cards because of the tax issue. Now, do we have a bargain here? Because if I'd introduced Power BI, if I'd introduced intelligent cameras so that I can sense where people are going to shop from, so that I can be able to, we have these sensors in the supermarket, we have these sensors in the restaurants, so we can be able to predict and know where the people are shopping from, so that we can know who has the best customer care, what they're looking for, so we can organize how we are positioning products. A billionaire came and said to me, Gideon, I can't take this anymore. Why? Yes, we have AI, yes, we have this. We had to lose a lot of revenue because we had positioned ourselves to have. I even built one of the first e-commerce sites for supermarkets. Supermarkets were not online. I built for them. But still, the problem was the regulator here. So we are in a market where, number one, we celebrate 13 million internet users. And say we have only 13 million, and we celebrate it. It's not an achievement. We should declare a state of emergency. So where will AI work? To who? Who are you targeting? Today I've lost a customer. Why have I lost the customer? As I showed you a screenshot. It's simply because I am showing them intelligence. They want sales, period. I had a conference recently. The board wanted answers. They wanted money into the account. They didn't want explanations. I think AI has made us to give more explanations than answers than real results. Of course, yes, I had to do my tricks, remove one from the hat, and that maybe I'm going to retain this customer because I think I have offers that no one can beat. But still, the point is, I lost my customers for the supermarket chains, and simply because we couldn't leverage AI more than we should, simply because of some tendencies that could help us make more revenue. So they had to say, Gideon, you have to let go of royalty cards, we had to let go of all this support. Why? Because it could retain their customers, but still, and then that was going to be leveraging AI. So you could see that there was that issue that could affect them to retain the customer. So I want to ask you, maybe the people who are here on this panel, maybe have encountered a better scenario where maybe I could have rescued my business, maybe I didn't think more proactively. Thank you.
Yeah, I think for me, when I look at AI and how it would fit is on predictive data analysis. If we could, because we know it's easier to handle churn if you catch it early. If you anticipate and catch it early, it would be important. So I think it's more of the AI consolidating the data and it predicting for you in terms of accuracy so that you can be able to get and address.
Sorry, to ask, you see the challenge is we have 13 million internet users.
Yes.
And most of them have 2 SIM cards in their phone. So we have like 6 million internet users, meaning we don't have data to feed the AI. And what would you do in that case? Like, because if you're dealing with an organization like this one in banking and insurance, it's possible. But what do you do for me who deal with like supermarket chains, who deal with organizations that have less data to predict? I don't know.
Maybe I can also jump in here. For the way I look at AI, because of the fact that we have fewer internet users in Uganda, you can definitely leverage it when it comes to your operations within your company. What are those mundane tasks that your staff continuously does on a day-to-day basis, and how can you leverage AI? For example, well, I'll speak for insurance because that's the space that I'm in. So for Jubilee Health, we realized that we had registrars, right, that would always scan these claim forms. You know those forms that you fill in when you go to a hospital? Yeah. So our robotics team came up with a solution and said, no, our robot can scan these claim forms without a human having to print it out, take it to the printer, etc. Then, first of all, you're also saving on cost when it comes to staff, number one. Number two, even your staff is happier doing less repetitive work. And remember, employee engagement or NPS speaks to your customer as well. So that is how you can sort of look at it for now to kind of leverage AI, in my opinion. Like, look at your operations, look at the supermarket issues, and then how can you leverage AI to fix those problems in operations, right? Since we already have that problem. Fewer Ugandans are using the internet, data costs are high, so that is how I would look at it in your case, yeah.
Absolutely. Maybe Justin, just to go back to, you've mentioned being in these different industries, and I'm sure there are many people in the crowd who'd want to know, like when you're in that situation where you have to negotiate with a client, what are the strategies that have worked for you that you'd advocate for businesses?
First of all, obviously having a good understanding of your customers and having a wide product offering can definitely help. I'll again go back to insurance, which is also struggling in Uganda. We have just under 1% penetration in Uganda, so we are considerably always dealing with churn and always fighting for retention. But how we are combating this is having a wider product offering. For example, if we have a dad, let's say Gideon has his wife and his children on insurance, on our health insurance, but he has gone through a whole year without falling sick, right? And even his wife is saying, but I don't understand why we have this insurance policy. Both of us haven't gone to the hospital, but your kids keep on going to the hospital. Now, for Jubilee, we just launched a product specifically for kids. So even if Gideon called me, I'm at the call center, and he complains and he says, okay, I haven't gone to the hospital, I think I want to terminate my policy. There and then I would ask him, oh, but you have children, right? Wouldn't you want to keep them on policy? We have this policy specifically for kids. It's definitely relatively cheaper than what you've been paying for the entire family. And then, even when you are speaking about underutilized features, right? So even for us, if you haven't been visiting the hospital as frequently, that means you have a low loss ratio. You're a good customer to us. So we can offer you a discount, small discount, maybe 5 to 10%, and you can stay with us. So I think cross-selling, cross-selling is always a good trick whenever someone is trying to leave the business. What else are you offering? But those products have to exist in the first place. So are you paying attention to the customer data? What are the reasons that people are giving for leaving your business? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think you guys have gotten a trick or two that you could use when negotiating with a client. And jumping to Adrian, I'd like to know where you sit in customer success. One of your key KPIs is retention. And how do you, how do you navigate that spot where you still have to maintain profitability, but there's this customer who's almost leaving you, so downselling is an option. How do you balance and navigate that challenge? Ensuring you remain profitable and also meet the customer need.
All right. For starters, you need to understand what your customer is saying. So we talked about analyzing data, we talked about collecting the feedback. So listen to your customer. But it's for a short term still, and definitely cash flows will go lower. So then you need to think, how do I bring in the long-term aspect to balance this off? For example, if I retain if I have less customers going off, it means that I have these customers that are going to push me for a longer period of time, which will help me hedge the smaller down sales that I'm doing, yeah, to retain the short-term effects. And it will definitely balance out the both. And in any case, like you mentioned earlier in the data you shared on the slides, it's much more expensive to acquire. It's much more expensive to acquire. You will be 25% more profitable if you retain just 5%. So that is data that you can utilize in your decision making. When I do this retention, it's going to help me push for a longer term goal than if I look at a short, the reduced cash flows for a short time, the reduced revenue for a short time. So my picture will then be focused on the long-term goal, because it will definitely cover up the gap that was created with the shortfalls.
Yeah, thank you so much, Adrian. Just switching gears to Gideon, being in the ICT Association and dealing with your engagement with many of the tech companies here in Uganda. What would you say is the main problem that needs to be solved for this market?
Yeah, so if you can tell that, you know that from outside, as begging Graham, and I want you to be official on record that I asked Graham that AT Summit should happen again next year here. Based because the fact that we need more of such that are direct to an entrepreneur. I am told the Tanzanians will be against me here, but okay, we request for a version here in Uganda. The reason why we are landlocked, number one. Number two, our mindsets are landlocked. Number three, our customers are landlocked. Number three, I'm not saying everyone. I'm trying to give you a scenario of our market. The government to very many things that come. So you find that currently the ICT sector employs 25 million people. It's the second to agriculture in employing people. Imagine we just said we want to employ more Ugandans. If we sat on leveraging ICT in Uganda, we could actually employ even 10 million Ugandans. No one would lack a job. So what are we missing in Uganda and tech companies? We actually don't have a market to sell to. And actually that's why my company is now selling to other markets not in Uganda. I actually did not exhibit at my own National ICT Summit as a company. Why? Yes, I'm a CEO, yet I might be biased, but I could maybe switch some money. I say, you can sponsor if the board agrees. But I didn't recommend that because I know a telecom company that is selling out this week. It's actually selling out. One of our members, they're selling out. Why? Because actually they're selling out to a Kenyan company that wants to expand to Uganda. So what we're doing as my company too, we're trying to go into other markets more. So why do we need AT Summit? We need you to come and also help us tell us what's happening in other markets, because in our Ugandan market, in terms of the context, is that us as tech companies, we are highly affected because we don't have who to sell to, because we have 13 million internet users who are actually 6 million. If we go to numbers, the digital marketers are here, the Rachels and all can tell you, if you tell them to reach 6 million internet users in Uganda, they will not reach them. But why? If you say you have 13 million internet users, the Jubilee people, the people who are in banking, you can say that you can't reach these people. So if we can't reach them and yet we're trying to leverage technology, and now we're going to enter elections where internet is going to go off. So what should I tell my members when I'm doing advocacy at the level with the ministry and government? What should I say? So what are we facing is that there is a missing digital mindset at the leaders level, at organization level. Now, that is the landlocked mindset that we have. We think you go to supermarkets, sell to them, you go to companies, talk to them, they say we are doing it internally. We don't need your services. Even if you have a separate product offering, they think they understand insurance better. They think they understand it all. The main thing is that Kenya's insurance policies, Kenya is big in insurance. It's just our neighbor. So what are we facing is that we don't have a market. And that's what I'm facing with our tech companies too. They don't have who else to sell to. So you find we are selling to the same customer. If he's selling to this customer, the person is the same customer. So when they get a call, all of us get it. So for us to widen the customer base, we need more internet users. And also we need a higher penetration rate of services like insurance, medical services, and other areas. So my challenge is that our members don't have the market to sell to because of a small internet penetration rate and the mindset of the digital mindset that is missing at a leader's level. Various CEOs turn down our proposals. My member writes a nice proposal. Currently, I made my company worth 1 billion shillings without affiliating with banks in credit. Why? I don't have anything tangible when they come to visit my office. When they come, they don't give me loan. Even up to now, I can't qualify for a loan with a bank because I don't have anything that I sell that is tangible. They came and inspected me when I was looking for money. I'd given them 40 million in 2 months in credit, in transactions. They didn't give me 3 million that I needed to go in a tender with government. Imagine, that's how our banks are. Now, why? Why is that so? It's simply because banks too don't understand the language of IT companies. In case you're getting loans from banks, I'll be happy to be your friend. Because you don't have anything tangible. They'll ask you for a land title. They'll not say you're running these softwares, you're supporting these customers, you don't. So I think the landlockedness is with not the IT people, but the people we want to sell to, So we need AT Summit to come and maybe remove this thing and help us with the digital mindset with our leaders. Thank you. Sorry, took turn.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Gideon. And AT, as a company, we are not mind-locked. I think we are a very innovative company. So bring us those businesses. We are ready to innovate.
Come and help us every year at Uganda. Do those, help us.
Yeah. And my final question to Justine, does downselling dilute a brand? And as you answer that question, because I know we are running out of time, it would be good you also give us your closing remarks.
So it depends on the scenario, but of course too much of anything is bad, right? So when it comes to downselling, you also have to let the statistics of how often you're downselling inform how your company is operating. Are you having to offer discounts continuously because maybe there's downtime of something in the company? Is it because customers are not able to reach out to your customer excellence representatives? What is the key reason for you having to offer that discount or to you having to downsell, right? So that it doesn't necessarily dilute a brand, but if you do it too much, of course it will eventually affect your brand. So you really have to look into what exactly is the reason my customer is unhappy. So through surveys, I know Africa is talked about doing surveys. Surveys are incredibly important. Even from, at least my previous employer, Umeme, we were very keen on feedback. So would call customers who have had issues maybe the previous day and ask them if their issue has been resolved, etc. And this would be done by random sampling. So you don't necessarily have to say that, okay, I'm going to call all 5,000 of my customers who have called in, but let me find out what exactly is their pain point. Even now, I carried that same tradition to Jubilee. So we have to be proactive to make sure that we don't downsell, because Effie spoke about it during her presentation. There's no investor, there's no CEO, there's no MD who wants to hear about downselling. It's always a thing, even if you tell them that, okay, there's this customer, they're unhappy and I want to downsell to them or I want to offer them a discount, they'll always ask you why. Right? So you want to avoid those very difficult conversations, be proactive, send out those surveys, call the customer. I know we're in this digital age, and I know Gideon had talked about being landlocked, but one step at a time. So you just have to reach out to the customer according to the channel that they find convenient, call them, WhatsApp them, find out if the service that they have been given is actually good, by the way, before they even have a problem. They'll be more inclined not to even ask you for a discount if your service has been seamless throughout.
I can give an example of one of my siblings. She goes to a very popular salon, I won't mention it, and she was not exactly happy with how her hair turned out, but when she spoke to the owner, and she hadn't gone there in months, and she went there recently out of, I'm in the area, I want to do my hair, etc. They had completely changed the way they do things within the salon based off of her feedback, because her feedback was very specific. She's an engineer, so she'll break down to you exactly what the issues are. So the next time she visited, the price was way higher, like it was ridiculous. She told me, I'm spending 200K on hair, I can't believe it, but the service is impeccable. So I think being proactive, number one, to make sure that you don't have to continuously downsell is a good thing. Getting feedback from your customers is important always. And yeah, just ensuring that you're having also return of investment to your business. Explaining to the CEO or to the MD that we're carrying out this survey, as annoying as it is and as expensive as it is, there's a reason why we're going to carry this out, to get feedback that will in turn obviously diminish all the reasons that you would have to downsell at the end of the day.
Okay. Thank you so much, Justine. Adrian, 1 minute, your final remarks.
My final remarks would really be, let's maximize use of data. Data, data, data. It will help us resolve so much. It will definitely resolve the churn element. It will help us retain customers more. We won't have to downsell. AT Summit is here. I know they're very techy. Let's make use of the algorithms AI gives us to be proactive to address customer complaints. And thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
Most welcome. Moving to Gideon, final remarks, 1 minute.
I really don't have any final remarks, because the point is that you cannot know the amount of food that you've eaten unless you stand up. I just want to tell the IT people in the room and everyone who is techie, as they are saying, please, let's not stop competing with each other. Let's know that we have the same customer. Let's work together to see how to increase our product base. And me, who have been in scenarios where we don't have a chance to negotiate and they're just chasing us, it's just to say that, guys, we need to reimagine a new Africa where we create products that go beyond Uganda, where we are selling beyond Uganda, and that's where I need AT Summit, because we need to create a market that sells to the Pan-Africans, because we may not wait for our market unless certain things are done. But also, yes, there's a lot of potential here, as Graham convinces me, but I'm making more money abroad than here. Maybe other companies are making abroad more money here than their side. So we can really do that symbiosis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Gideon. Thank you, Justine. It's been a pleasure. I wish we had more time to go through more topics. But yeah, generally, as you've heard, we are here to, businesses are to make money, and customer retention is key. Getting feedback is key. Providing excellent experience is key for you to retain clients. And yeah, thank you so much for giving us your time. You've been awesome audience. And I don't know if we have a question. You'll allow me a question?
So, because of time, we're only going to pick one question, and somebody's almost falling off the chair there. There's one who had asked there, so we start from that lady right at the back, and then we'll go to that one. Guys, because of the time of yesterday, we've got to manage our time today and expectation. I've had a shipload of concerns from many developers last night that today we may need to go back a little bit earlier. They are concerned about their safety leaving here after 10 o'clock. Transports are not available, so we need to manage our time today. So I'm going to be a little bit strict today. You'll hate me, but you'll like me afterward. Okay? So there.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our dear panelists and speakers. My name is Dorothy Ankunda. I'm a data scientist, but also a business person. I wanted to just add a bit on the topic. It's an interesting one, and to share some pointers, because I know most of us here either have businesses or you're having a platform where you have customers and all that. So, speaking of customer churn and retention, one way you can use AI is predicting customer churn. So whether it's in the banking sector, there is already data on how many people have accounts. So why do we have people probably not using their banks, or less number of people opening up accounts? You can use that data to predict customer churn, where people dropping on and off. And I managed to do a small research of predicting customer churn in my donuts business. So these models can apply in any field, whether it's the medical field. Why do we have less people coming to your hospital? What are the reasons? So you look at different features that contribute to people coming and people leaving. Back to the developer community, you can also use AI to predict developer churn. For example, AT has very amazing products, right? But why do we have some developers using certain products and some products not being used? So you can use that data to make informed decisions, or to work with the business development team to see how best to make these products available. So there is opportunity in using AI in all domains, and I encourage all of us to use it. So let's not get discouraged. When it comes to data, trust me, if your business is a small business, you have at least data. Can you use that small data to build a model? Once the model is not 100% accurate, there is open source data that you can use to predict. So I just wanted to add that so that we can be encouraged to use AI in our businesses.
Thank you. That's an addition to what is happening on stage. Let's move to the question right there. Thank you, Dorothy. Let's have the question there. Your name and your question. Make it really short, brief, and to the point.
Thank you. My name is Joan Logose. I'm a web support specialist, and my question goes to Gideon. Gideon, you say there is no market in Uganda. Is it because there is actually no market, like people are buying, or we just lack the marketing skills to market to our community? Because I know people who come to Uganda and make it. For some of the people that have been in insurance or banking, I know we are all almost targeting the same people. Jubilee will go into a company one day and they will not get a market. Liberty will come to the same company and they walk away with a contract. So is it because we do not have the skills to market to our community, or it's just that there is no market in Uganda?
Thank you very much. Is it because we don't have it? Is it because we don't have a market with knows people who come here and make it? And I know Sir Winston Churchill, yeah, that's the right one, said it, that this country here you can drop very little and take too much. So she might be referring to something. Next, here, last one here, please, make it quick. See me through and make it quick, please. That's the word. Here, this gentleman here. Where's the microphone? Esofil, hey, you are sleeping on the job, sir. Here. Right there. Here. This gentleman here. This says, okay. Up, make it quick, straight to the point. Your name and your question, please.
Thank you, panelists, for the amazing conversation. It's really good. My full names are Hamza Kayabla. I'm also a data scientist like Miss Dorothy Nkunda. My question is directed to Mr. Gideon. You're the president of the ICT Association, and you say that we like have this data. Is it organized? Also like in the supermarket sector, like can't we like integrate it and like have like a national database where we could have like such a basically, it's if we can like have a database we can work with, then we can make predictions way early. It's just I see like there is like a missing data gap.
Chief, we need to make it a question because you lose the panel.
Exactly.
Yes.
Oh, like basically that's my question. I don't know whether like you fully understand that.
Okay, I will assume that Gideon has understood the question. Yes? Media team, please. Microphone on stage is not working. What's going on? Yes. Yes. Please turn on the microphone on stage.
Yes. Okay, once again, so now it wasn't
Yes.
on. So when I say that the market, we're in a small market, bro, I understand your question.
Okay.
And please, you could even stay standing because because I may lose the juice of the question. But the main point is that since 2017, ICT has contributed 7 to 8 billion to the GDP of Uganda. Our previous GDP as per last year was 114 billion US dollars. We contributed only 9% of that GDP. We have always been swinging between 7 to 8 billion, 8% since 2017. So why is that we're not contributing 15% of our GDP in ICT like Nigerians are? We have a very small market. It shows that there's potential for us to go to over 15%. But the challenge is that the market is small because, as I've told you, I lost a lot of good money because of saying that now no more using royalty cards. Why? Supermarkets were willing to use them, we were predicting a lot of data, we were analyzing a lot of data for them, but the challenge was, we have now to meet our profit margin, and you couldn't even seek to negotiate. So what would I advise is that it's not that we are making it money here, but some of the money is not being tracked. It's not passing through the right systems. And even it shows that we should innovate around agriculture. But we can't be passionate. When I did my business coaching from Kenya, they told me, Gideon, don't be passionate. No, do what gives you profit. So, should we stay in the level of passion because I love ICT, or I should do what is going to give me profit? So my point is that we could focus at what gives us profit than actually what we are doing. So in case customer leaves for this, we innovate and create a new product, as they are saying, and we move on.
Thank you very much.
So as per the data person, we are facing it in the healthcare industry as well. You go to a hospital and say, I don't want name, I don't want the name field, I don't want the tribe field, I don't want the gender field. Actually, I only want the gender field and these other fields. I don't want the name field. And health centers refuse to give you that data. They say we are that personal data protection office and all. Yes, I respect all that, and I hope I'm not being recorded and being posted online because some of the things I'm saying are very offensive, and I've already DM'd her. Those people who are doing social media, I've already sent them the influencers. Please, guys, the things I'm saying are for us developers. The challenge we face is that even supermarkets, healthcare, all those things, we want a lot of data, but we can't analyze 6 million people. My data set had only, let's say, 300,000 metrics that I was analyzing. That was also so little data. So we could look at that combination, but do organization leaders have that mindset? So if someone is an HR of an organization, the CEO of the organization, do they have that mindset? Or they say, no, we can do with your AI, we can exist without your things. And because they have tenders from government, because they have tenders from, they will not listen to you. And you say, I want to increase your sales, they will not listen. So we want that too, but we are gagged. So that's what I'm saying, let us stand up. Let's work with 80 Summit. Let's say that maybe next time we invite those organization leaders and we keep punching them every month. So that by the end of the year, they're giving us access to the data sets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Effie, you could just wrap it up in half a minute.
Yes.
She asked that the market is small, and I responded. I said that we've contributed 7% to 8% since 2017. So is the market big? But we can maybe look at other areas to make revenue than being passionate about what we're doing, because yes, ICT is big in Uganda, but it's maybe profiting the telecoms only.
All right, thank you so much. It's been a lovely evening. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Justine. Thank you, Gideon. And that's all from us. Thank you. You're an amazing audience. Have yourselves a good rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to these people on stage, everybody. Just remain standing right there for a group photograph of the panelists. All right, where is our official photographer? Okay, gentlemen and ladies, you see the thing is Gideon is sandwiched. He's the only one, 3 ladies, and they're powerful ladies, so he's in trouble. Okay, now first smile there, Gideon, and with your ladies, let's smile to that camera right in front there, and cheer them up one more time. A big round of applause to all of them. Big round of applause to all of them. Thank you very much. Can I please have a little bit of bass on the microphone? Ismail, you are tuned this microphone nicely well. We lost it along the way. Can we retune it very well and make it? Take a big round of applause to these people, please. We have not done well today in the main hall. We short our time. We still have the last panel to come up on stage, and the other rooms are already done. They are coming down to the main hall, so we need to wrap up this. And we have a very serious part coming up here. Evolution of messaging. Messaging have gone through a lot of human and technology and crazy stuff. You've seen that picture where a monkey is moving into a human being. That is how messages have evolved over the years. So, but we have this guy is going to give us a very quick roundup of that. But before that, Michael, please, up on stage. A break, please. Everybody stand up, stretch your legs. Remember what I said, if you want to continue with your vision, you must exercise health and fitness at every level. Please, Mike, sound team, please, that video. Stretch from the secret places of Orient in Africa. No, the dinner, please. The dinner, please. Not this one. This one we have had. The dinner, please. Play that one of the customer dinner, because the customers are here. They need to know how AT actually treats their customers. Yes. The customer dinner is what we want to see here. We played it yesterday, and there are customers in the building, and we want to make sure they see that AT not only interested in their money, but also interested in their stomach and appreciating them and making sure they eat good food and feel happy. Yes, Tim. In the meantime, turn to your neighbor and say, so far, how is it going? Just ask them, so far, neighbor, how is it going? Are you feeling this thing or not? Ask your neighbor, are you feeling this thing or not? Should we switch the gear and make it happier? Okay, since the media team is late, get to know your neighbor's name, their social media handles and all that. Yes? Ready? Gentlemen, 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, there's a saying in Uganda, we shall not wait for Karamoja to develop, so we must move forward. That's not to say Karamoja is not developing, but because the Karamojongs like their animals so much. So please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, all that video, remain seated. Take your seats. We'd like to invite the person who is going to take us through evolution of messaging to actually step forward and take us through this last session of the main hall. Evolution of messaging. She's here. Please give the beautiful lady a big round of applause as she makes her way up on stage. She strictly has 25 minutes and a couple of seconds to give us the best of how evolution has happened. Madam, you're welcome to stage. If you are clapping, clap properly. If you are not clapping, don't clap. You for us in Nigeria, it's straightforward. Okay.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all doing well this evening. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Yeah, you all look really lovely from here, I must say that. And we are excited to walk you through the evolution of messaging. Thank you. Perfect. So we are excited to walk you through the evolution of messaging. My name is Deborah Major. I work at Africa's Talking under the customer success team, and I'm a part of the product team, which is messaging today. I will be joined by Paul, who is not new to all of you. So Paul, welcome. We will take you through this journey together. And I think maybe they could project the slides. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so waiting on the slides to start? Okay, perfect. Anyway, yeah, so I think we'll just start off. I think during the summit inauguration, it was mentioned that Africa's Talking has existed for 14 years. And part of this existence means there was an initial product that, ensured that Africa's Talking came into existence, and that was SMS. So SMS has actually existed for 14 years, and definitely there must have been a need to evolve through these channels, and we'll find out why this has necessitated such things. So communication continues to evolve every time, and expectations of customers are shifting, and of course that is necessitating us to innovate and to Thank you. Yeah, that's necessitating that we innovate, new changes, dynamic communication channels, just to ensure we are meeting the expectations of the customers who consume our product. So we will take you to the trajectory, where it's just started off as simple traditional SMS. What are the nitty-gritties that were involved in that, and we'll quickly switch to the next evolution, which was WhatsApp. We'll have a brief demo where we'll just again walk you through the WhatsApp capabilities we have. And last but not least, we will finish off with our latest innovation, which is what we're calling our customer engagement platform. And yeah, we'll just take you through some of the features there, the benefits there. So thank you very much. I will invite Paul, who will take us through this.
Yeah, thank you, Deborah. I'll just do a very small part. Deborah will do the rest. So we can move to the... sorry. Yeah, so I'm going to take you through the stats about messaging API. I'm very proud of these stats because I think the team has done a really good job to get us to this point. So in terms of, so one of the things about when it comes to sending an SMS is you want to ensure you can be able to have capacity to handle as many SMSs as possible. So thanks to our infrastructure team, Africa's Talking can handle 1 million SMSs concurrently per second, which is something that is unheard of. I saw the MTN team here, and I was proud that MTN team were here because I know sometimes we usually negotiate with the telcos around capacity, and sometimes the telco will say, why do you guys need more capacity? The reason why you need more capacity is because the way the pipeline looks like is on this side of the fire hose, it's really big. When it gets to the telco, the hose becomes small. So if we are allowing 1 million SMSs concurrently per second to come through our platform, it means we will need something similar on the telco side. So I think I'm happy to see the MTN team is here, and I'm hoping that from this discussion we can be able to negotiate something. In terms of how many messages we send per day, we send 20 million messages per day. This is across not just Africa. We send this across the entire globe. So over 20 million messages on the worst day, but on a good day it could go, especially around November, December, that number almost goes to times 5 or something like that. So it could go to almost about 100 million messages per day. In terms of direct telco integrations, so why this is important is because we need to make sure that so when our client sends us an SMS, we want to ensure that there's as few steps as possible between the client who's supposed to receive and the client who's sending. So what we've done as Africa's Talking, we've invested in a lot of direct telco integrations. So far we have 168 direct integrations to the telcos in Africa. In terms of, thank you. In terms of how fast we process a request. So something interesting I learned today is, so you see how long it takes you to notice somebody. If, for example, I'm standing here, if I notice Deborah is here, it takes me 200 milliseconds to notice Deborah is here. That is, if my head notices Deborah on this side and I turn, it takes me 200 milliseconds. There are very few things in this world you can do in under 150 milliseconds. And Africa's Talking is proud to be one of those things you can do in less than 150 milliseconds. So we can process an SMS request in less than 150 milliseconds. This, I can tell you, is a feat that we need to celebrate. A lot of thanks to our engineering team, Cynthia and Alex, for ensuring that we are attaining that. In terms of countries where people have received an SMS from Africa's Talking, we have 143 countries in the entire world where somebody in that country has received an SMS from Africa's Talking. So the next slide just shows you, this is the last 24 hours since we entered here. These are the number of countries from where we have received API calls. So you can see there's a bit of East Africa, a lot of traffic on the America side, a lot of traffic on the Europe side. And then Asia, we also have a bit of traffic. So this just goes to show that Africa's Talking is not just an African company. Of course, we focus on Africa, but we have clients who we serve cutting across the entire globe. So those stats really make me happy, especially being the CEO. Seeing these stats usually makes me really proud every morning when I wake up. I just wanted to make sure we are all very aware of all those stats. So I'll call Deborah to continue the evolution.
All right, thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, I think that's some really, really great stats from bulk SMS so far. And like we said, we'll just walk you through the trajectory of how this evolution has happened. So we did start with traditional SMSs where, of course, businesses came in and, you ideally just want to send a broadcast message to your customers. You don't really care about too much, as long as your, end user is able to get the communication you're trying to portray. So that was the initial role of SMS and most of how, end consumers wanted to consume SMS. But then over time, we noticed that SMS is evolving into, either transactional or promotional SMS. So aside from just sending an SMS, now MNOs are trying to figure out, is your message going to be a marketing message or is your message actually transactional? So whether it's OTPs, whether you're in the health space, whether you're doing people who are in the buy now, pay later, so you're getting tokens and such things. So there's that variations that also telcos can manage. How do they raise your send ID? How do they ensure that, you're not spamming end users? Because that's also what necessitated the categorization of either promotional or transactional. I think after that, there was another evolution into now international and local messages. And Paul will come in and just delve more into what that has looked like, some of the challenges that have, come out from that categorization as well. So aside from just sending a message now, telecoms are just kind of delving further to understand, are you sending local messages? Are you sending international messages? And last but not least, he'll also just talk about mobile advertising, what that looks like currently, things like premium messaging, and how customers are able to just take advantage of this form of messages. So Paul, maybe just take this up.
Yeah, so thank you, Deborah. So I think as Deborah mentioned, over the past few years, especially because of spamming, just before COVID started, initially what happened was the telcos would allow you to send SMSs to anybody in the world. But I think around COVID period, there's a lot of promotions that were happening and spamming that was happening. So the telcos over time have categorized messages according to promotional and transactional. Promotional is mostly marketing messages. Transactional is OTPs. So anytime you go to the bank, when you swipe, when you do anything, that's OTP. When you log into a mobile app, that's an OTP. So that led to two categories, either promotional or transactional. The challenge that comes here is that if your message is promotional, somebody can opt out. So I think in Uganda you have DND. In other countries it's called opt out or something. So it means as a business, when you want to engage your customer, one, you have to identify, are you engaging them from a marketing perspective or from a transaction perspective? And then the next challenge that we faced was, even after that categorization of promotional and transactional, the telcos also came with further categorization according to whether your company is locally headquartered or it's international. So international in this case, for most times the telcos would look at this as a company that does not have local presence in that company. So a good example here would be Google or Microsoft. So Google and Microsoft have offices in Kenya. They have fully functional offices in Kenya, but just because they are not necessarily headquartered in Kenya, they are termed as international companies, of course, which means they have to pay higher for the SMS. So I think because of these two challenges, we thought it wise for us to move into a channel or a digital channel that does not have some of these geographical boundaries and some of these different categorizations. Hence why we moved into WhatsApp. So currently we have WhatsApp. We also have Google RCS and Telegram coming through. So over the next few months, we should be able to launch Telegram and RCS as platforms that you can use to engage your customers. Something else that we also used to do, so when it comes to SMS, there's two types of SMSs. There's, okay, SMS has quite a lot of categorization, but the main categorization is you either have zero-rated SMS or you have billed, like premium-rated SMS. So the normal SMS is usually zero-rated, which means me as the end user, I don't get billed for receiving the SMS. And then we have premium-rated SMS, which is ideally, I don't know if in Uganda it's common, but in other countries, anytime you want to receive ringtones, that gets deducted from your airtime. Sometimes if you want to receive content like videos, that gets billed on your side. So Africa Talking has had those two different types of SMSs for the longest time. So we've had zero-rated and we've had premium-rated. But over time, we have moved from just focusing on premium-rated and we have moved into mobile advertising. And it's good, again, to see MTN in the room because there's a new product that MTN has called MTN Momo. Ideally, what it does is it takes away the need for you to sell content via SMS. You can now sell content through a mobile application which MTN provides. I want to believe there's maybe some presentation MTN will do, I believe, tomorrow, if I'm not wrong, around this product. But ideally what this does is, for example, if I am, take for example, I'm Coca-Cola, and I want to reach out to all the people who are age 25, who are, let's say, men, who live in Ntinda. I cannot do that unless I am able to either put a billboard, either do a billboard, or I either go to the telco and ask the telco to give me the phone numbers for people in that particular area. So what mobile advertising does for you is you go to the telco and you give the telco the list of like the campaign you want to do. So you tell the telco, I want to engage people who are, let's say, age 25, who are in Tinder area, who maybe have smartphones and all that. You give them the campaign that you want to send to them, and the telco is able to send that out for you. So it's a very interesting product that we have launched. So far, it's available in Ghana, in Uganda, and I think Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, so I think those are some of the things that we have moved into as just trying to expand from traditional SMS. So we'll go into WhatsApp a bit because I think it's a new product that we have launched, and we'll take you through a demo that will show you just what we're able to do via WhatsApp. So I will allow Deborah to come in and Alex, just so that they can be able to talk about the features we have for WhatsApp. Alex is our senior backend engineer. He's in the messaging team. So anytime you send an SMS and it delivers well, remember there's Alex behind and there's Cynthia behind it. So Alex, please.
Thank you, Paul. If I could request the media team to switch to the WhatsApp web tab. As you wait, I can maybe briefly speak about what you can expect whenever you integrate to WhatsApp with Africa's Talking. So WhatsApp is a very, WhatsApp for Business is a very innovative solution. However, it's very difficult for most businesses to integrate because it's not clearly explained as to what you expect. So for this presentation, I'll probably be talking directly more to devs to show them what we expect, what are the sort of features are available once you integrate to AT. And then from then on, the world is your oyster. You can play around. You can integrate with chatbots, all these great data ideas that you have. You can make them come to life. So we're going to be chatting with AT Kenya. So the first requirement that we do have for WhatsApp is the user must initiate the conversation. So one of the things that we're trying to prevent, and WhatsApp is trying to prevent, is we don't want people to be spammed. We have talked about churn in the previous talk, so we don't want people to get that disconnection from your business. So AT Kenya, I've been able to send a message saying hi, and then from here on I can receive messages from the business, which is AT Kenya, and it will respond to us. So the kind of messages that we do have are, there's the message feature that has been sent right now. So we have welcome to AT Summit 2024. So this is one of the plain messages. We are simply mimicking what happens on SMS. So if you want to maintain your user flow that is currently on SMS, you can use this. Next up, we are now getting to the rich features. So we can now send images, video, we can send documents. And here's an example where we have our lovely presenter who clearly she loves presenting. And yeah, we can see Deborah over here. So to add on to more to the rich features, we now need some interaction with the whoever is receiving these messages. So WhatsApp has these features called interactive messages, one of them being an interactive button. So here we have an example where it says, maybe we're marketing that there are these 80 products that we do offer, so please choose one so that you can get started. So on this part, I think maybe you can click on any one of them. And now you can see the response that appears. It's simply confirming the choice that you've made to you. And now on our backend, we receive the choice that says airtime. So we have not hooked it up to anything as of yet because we are doing this demo to show you what sort of messages you can receive. Up next, we have the interactive lists, which is a more built upon concept. So if you want to go into more details and more options, you can use this list feature where you can now programmatically choose anything that you want, and you get all this back and forth between your application and the user. So I won't go into much more, but there are plenty more features that will be covered, things like templating, you can do custom cards, you know, everything that you want to do, so you can make this as beautiful as you need to, and from then on, you hope for the best engagement from your clients, and hopefully you can grow your business through this channel. Thank you. I'll invite Deborah to give you the use cases.
All right, thank you very much, Alex, for taking us through, you know, WhatsApp and some of, you know, just some key features that WhatsApp enables us to work on. Not sure if I'm... Okay, so I think I need to go back. All right. Yeah, so we'll just build up on WhatsApp a bit more, just because of what WhatsApp has actually enabled some of our customers to be able to achieve, some of the end users be able to achieve. I think that's one of the greatest innovations, you know, we can actually just highlight from the SMS perspective. So what makes WhatsApp a bit unique, I think, just like Alex has mentioned, is, you know, that capability to, one, allow you to have rich media. So you can imagine as an organization, as a company, you want to engage your users, and, you know, sometimes on traditional SMS, you're not even able to, you know, share a picture of the product you're selling, for example. Probably someone needs to have data to go to your website to be able to kind of see exactly what you're offering. But WhatsApp has actually removed this barrier. It enables you to engage with your customers. They're able to, you know, have a catalog of your products. Aside from just that, I think WhatsApp is a great customer support channel. So currently, again, I think everybody who's, you know, running a business, whether you're engaging with customers in one way or another, you always want to get feedback from them. You always want to make sure they're able to reach out to you and get assistance whenever needed. So WhatsApp actually enables this like Alex said, it's user-initiated. So as a business, you're actually able to have a couple of conversations at a much less cost compared to, what you would do with SMS. So you can imagine every time you're sending a message and your customer is responding and you send back, that's actually a cost. However, when you work with WhatsApp, you actually have a 24-hour window if the end user is the one who has initiated this conversation, and you guys are actually able to go back and forth until an issue is actually resolved. Again, there's real-time assistance. I've just been able to highlight some of the use cases that businesses are able to just jump on and think through WhatsApp. You can have a chatbot that has automated responses. So you've been able to just kind of build frequently asked questions by your customers. So it could be, hi, what product are you looking for? Just like the demo we've shown, quickly bulk SMS redirects you to, picking out maybe which country you want to utilize the bulk SMS platform in, which I think kind of just reduces that sometimes human interaction, which sometimes can be a bit slower. So yeah, you can actually automate your responses via WhatsApp. You could do sales and marketing. I think it's a great channel to be able to do sales and marketing. You're able to get recommendations on your products based on, customer browsing through WhatsApp. Yeah, great for actually transactional messages. So even right now, banks are actually jumping on WhatsApp because sometimes there's the limitation of, in-country type of telco barriers. But if your bank is on WhatsApp, you can still receive your OTP regardless of, where you're roaming. Again, you can actually be able to do things like, order packages, track your orders via the WhatsApp channel that a business has been able to avail to you. You're able to do reminders via the WhatsApp channel. I think the fourth one mentioned here is two-way communication. And I think the panel that was here before, just reiterated the importance of getting customer feedback. And this will enable you, again, like I said, remove that barrier of where traditional SMS would mean every time you're interacting with your customer, you have to incur cost to either respond to them or, kind of get this feedback from them. With WhatsApp, it allows you to do this, again, during that 24-hour channel. You're quickly able to address and collect feedback as needed. We've touched on the rich media sharing, where you can attach images and such things, share videos. The sixth point here is actually even now do live product demos. You can actually have video calls to, demonstrate some of the products you have. And I think in actually this digital world where you're still able to run a business from, remote areas, I think this is such a great innovation on the SMS side. Lastly, maybe last but not least, we have the custom onboarding. So again, we had touched on, how you can automate with WhatsApp, where you can create a chatbot that kind of has frequently asked questions. So you can actually make your onboarding process much more seamless via WhatsApp. You can be able to have user education. Again, in case a customer needs to come in, it's midnight, and there are the challenges where maybe customer support team is not available. You're able to quickly just do user education on a challenge maybe an end user is facing. Yeah, so that's a little bit about the WhatsApp platform and the features it has. I think the next thing we might want to delve into with regards to the evolution is a customer engagement platform. I think this has come handy in terms of our customers actually understanding their end users. So you're able to kind of just build a profile of your user, maybe from interactions, you're able to find out that this is Deborah, she's from Kenya, maybe she's aged this way, you're able to also just figure out the gender, do some personalization, which I think is so important for brands. And I think maybe before we even just delve more into this, maybe I'll allow Paul to come in just to showcase a few demos of what this platform offers, and then I think we can just come back and talk about some of these really key features. So, Paul. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Deborah. Also, just to set the record straight, so I think being CEO is like a part-time job for me. Messaging is where you'll find me most, so that's probably why you're seeing me coming a lot of times to present messaging. Yeah, so messaging I've been the messaging team for the last 7 years, so that's why I have a lot of attachment to messaging. Yeah, so as Deborah mentioned, Africa Talking has always focused on APIs. So for the developers in the room, you know, we are fully an API-focused company. But one of the things we realized is there's a niche that we are not handling. And this niche is mostly the marketing side of the company. So if you look at our revenues, if you look at the messages we send, we typically send a lot of transactional messages because it's an API. But there's this niche which has customer engagement, which is mostly marketing, surveys, broadcasts. For the longest time, we were not focusing on that particular area. So over time, we worked with one of our partners called Mteja to come up with a customer engagement platform that now allows our customers to be able to, so you don't need to be a developer, you just need to be a company that, you just need to log into your account, upload an Excel sheet, and you're able to send. So as you can see, the platform, we have multiple channels that allow you to, for the different engagement. So you can either engage your customers via SMS, you can engage them via USSD, you can do calls, or you can do WhatsApp. So right now, the channels that are easily available are SMS, USSD, and WhatsApp. Voice and airtime are still in development phase. So it's a very basic channel. It allows you to upload an Excel sheet. So upload an Excel sheet with phone numbers, type the SMS you want to send, and you're good to go. So this is a special event for the developers. I know when you guys are building, you usually build for tech companies, or you build for the tech side of the company, but most times you have this side where you have a need, maybe a customer who wants just a ready-made platform. So in case you have that, please feel free to reach out to us. We have this new platform that has recently been launched. I think you'll be seeing us making a bit more noise about this from next week. So as I mentioned, it's channel agnostic. You can do SMS, you can do USSD, you can do WhatsApp. And then when it gets to the point of engaging the customer, you can choose to engage them either via broadcast. A broadcast is ideally one-way SMS. So if I want to send out happy birthday, I want to send Merry Christmas, I want to send you, tell you about a product I have, I do that via broadcast. If I want to do a survey, I want to do an NPS score, I want to do CSAT, I want to do any other kind of survey that I want, then we have the survey as an option you can do. So these are two options available for the customer engagement platform. And then, so when it comes to the first slide, the first portion of the slide shows you the different types of surveys of broadcasts we have. So as I mentioned, broadcast is one-way communication. And when I'm doing one-way communication, I can either do regular or I can do custom. Regular meaning, for example, I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Same message, I want to broadcast to multiple users. I use the regular option. If I want to customize it, maybe I want it to be, hey, Eddie, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Hey, Deborah, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. You use the custom one because it allows you to have variables. The slide at the very end shows you a sample flowchart. So when you want to do a survey, the platform is very user-friendly. So what you do is you create a flowchart that has the different questions that you want to ask your users. So for example, for that one, it's just a basic flowchart that asks you a question, then you can choose. If you want English, it branches you to a different side. If you want Kiswahili, it branches you to a different side. And the way we've configured it is you can have closed-ended questions, you can have open-ended questions, and then you can have multiple choice questions. So the pink button is the multiple choice, the blue button is closed-ended, and then the green button is open-ended. So the platform is hopefully going to be live in a couple of days, so you'll probably see us making a bit more noise and marketing it. But in case you're interested, please feel free to reach out to us, especially these two tables here. I think most of the people in the company sit on these two tables. So if you're interested in this solution, please feel free to reach out. We can be able to assist.
right, thank you very much, Paul. I think this is actually one, again, of the greatest innovations so far. I think we're getting so many customers who are finding value in integrating to the customer engagement platform. Like we said, especially people who are doing surveys, you're trying to collect feedback, you're trying to do marketing. It's an amazing tool. And like Paul said, ideally we've had the API way of sending messages, but this has introduced a new ready platform. So even non-techies are able to come in, upload an Excel file, and you're able to quickly interact with your customers, build data on them, understand their behaviors, and of course, just increase your brand loyalty. So I think we've just done an overview of our SMS products, how that has evolved, and I know due to time we might have to wrap it up at this point. And yeah, I think maybe just to mention and yeah, speak about some of the team members from SMS who are here. So like Paul mentioned, there is Cynthia, who is our SRE engineer. There is Alex, there is Jose, who sits also on the premium side. There is Pauline, who does customer relations. Yeah, and I think, yeah, messaging is supported by actually a lot more teams at the company, but those are the people who deal with the messaging engagements on a day-to-day. So thank you very much for your time, and yeah, we're happy to take questions from here.
That is it. For all she has been saying, that is it. That's all you guys can give them. Wacha maneno wewe. Okay, so Deborah, your time is up. You have outlived your life and your relevance on that stage. But we shall allow you to be relevant more so that they can ask you some questions. I know this room is burning with questions. We shall allow Deborah to answer 3 questions. First one is right here, this gentleman here. Give him the key. Do you have any question? This man, he was time caught up with him. He didn't ask his question in the previous session. Okay? But you can think about this if you have, Chief. Please stand up. Tell us your good name and your question. No statement, question, straight to the question. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Philip. I'm the Enterprise Product Manager at MTN Uganda. Question, what's up? What level of intelligence do you have? Because most of my clients want that when their customers send messages to them, instead of just selecting from the menu, a customer should be able to write something, and the WhatsApp platform should be able to understand. So instead of picking, for example, if it's an FAQ, instead of just picking a question from the menu that you've written, I should be able to come in and just type it and say, I want to know about product A, B, and C and the price. Are you able to pick that? And then 2, quickly, language. You know, we have so many languages in Uganda, and so not everyone knows English. Are you able to translate? So if someone wrote in their local language, are you able to translate that into English, especially where you have agents in the back end? Quickly, I know clients, to be able to integrate into this, they need a WhatsApp business account. What level of support can you give to them so that they can set up? Because they usually have challenges setting that up. Then quickly, on the customer engagement platform, I just needed to know, in terms of the reporting, am I able to tell that I've done a broadcast and these are the number of messages that were successful, these ones were not even received or not even opened? Do I have a report on that? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Philip, did you say you are from everywhere you go?
Yeah.
That's MTN, right? Okay, we shall test this man's network in this room to see if the network is everywhere in this room. But you've heard Philip's question. Yes. Okay, can we take, do you have enough capacity to absorb 3 questions? Are you Pentium 5, 7, Core i9? So we can give you 3 questions and you take them at once.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
So you're Core i9?
No, let me actually answer Philip's, because he had 4 in 1 actually. So
okay, so you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll, thank you very much for your questions. I think we'll take that from the bottom on the customer engagement platform. So the platform is actually able to give you customer analysis. You're able to have a dashboard. You're able to see that you've sent 100 messages. Out of the 100 messages, 95 were successful, 5 failed. So the platform actually has that capability of even segmenting Again, maybe further because maybe you said you only wanted to send to Kenya, for example, it will actually even give you that analysis that you can pick from the dashboard and enable you to do that. So on the customer engagement platform, yes, that is possible for you to see. Moving over to WhatsApp, yes, definitely I think onboarding has been a challenge on WhatsApp, but most recently we've just been doing some work with the team just to make sure we can make this process a lot more seamless. So before, WhatsApp would require you, to make sure you've sent the templates, goes to Meta, the verification process would take a little bit more time, but we've been able just to build a bit more collaboration with the WhatsApp team just to help us ensure this process is a lot more seamless for our customers who want to come in. So of course, initially you will still need to have whitelisted a WhatsApp number. I think that's usually the basic everybody has to do. So we can always guide you through that support process. But what we've done is we've reduced that time. I think before sometimes it would even take up to 2 months to finally whitelist your WhatsApp account. But currently with our offering, we're able to onboard you in less than 5 working days. So you submit your number, you submit your templates, those are verified by the Meta team, and you're quickly getting started. I think maybe to touch on also your question on, not everybody would understand English. So during the, WhatsApp verification process, you are required to share templates of some of the messages you presume we will interact with your customers. And these messages can actually be tweaked again to your local language. Maybe if you could pass the mic to Paul. Maybe Paul, you could just confirm if that translation is possible at the moment.
Yes, so the translation is not natively built. So what happens is if you want to engage your users in Luganda, for example, that can happen. You can build a bot that ideally has a database that on that backend, it has Luganda as the language. But WhatsApp natively does not have the translation currently on it.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just question been answered, right, Philip? So we'll take one from a lady right at the back in this one here, and we'll close this chapter. We are again misbehaving. It is 1904. We are our own worst enemy. It's okay. Yes.
Thank you very much, Deborah. My name is Joan Logose, and straight to business. What are the charges for that platform? And question number 2, is it a hybrid system where you have both bots and actual agents? Because there is a time that you use bots and they cannot answer the questions from the customers. Are you able to integrate agents who are there in real time to answer questions in case the bot has failed?
All right. Thank you very much for your question. So the platform, of course, based on the features it has, there's 2 pricing models that the commercial team has been able to come up with. So of course, just because we are giving you, a ready platform which, enables you to quickly come and scale, send your messages as soon as possible, there's a platform fee which is charged, and that's monthly. Then thereafter, the SMS cost, of course, depending on the market you're in. For example, in Uganda, you will be charged 27 Ugandan shillings to send a message. So yeah, we could definitely just share with you a profile of that, but based on that, again, the package will fall under, will give you things like the features you can unlock. For example, maybe you'll just get the basic platform if you're on the basic package, where you're able to quickly upload your file of contacts and send messages. However, I think to get more nitty-gritty, more data analytics, you can be upgraded to another platform, which of course enables you to have of course, more features to have analytics on. And to speak on the agents, so again, the pricing will also cover, some of the seats you can have. So as an organization, you might find if you're on the basic package, maybe it only allows you and one other person from your company to access this platform. However, of course, moving to a different package allows you to have at least, even up to 5 agents who can actually, interact with the users.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much, and thank you, Deborah. Yes, there was a question here, gentleman here. Esofil, here. Last question.
Thank you so much. My name is Hak. I work with Mkopa as head of custom operations. My question is a bit linked to the everywhere you go guy. With SMS adoption declining because people are moving towards WhatsApp, are we able to see the rate at which messages are being read on the customer insights reports so that demographics are defined on which customer we can target via SMS and which customer we can target via WhatsApp?
Yeah, I think I'll allow Paul to take that.
Yes. Sophia, Paul, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think right now the metrics that the telco provides us is the success rate. So if it's been delivered to the SIM card or not. When it comes to the open rate, when it comes to if it's been read or not, it's still conversations we're having with the telco. I don't know if Philip would want to take that, if they're willing to give us those metrics. But definitely, it's a conversation we've been having with the telcos to see if they can give us such kind of data points. Because if they're able to tell us if the SMS was opened, if somebody read it and all that, then now that becomes metrics we can give you. And then on your side, you can decide, do I interact via SMS? Do I interact via WhatsApp? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have to...
Sorry.
Yes.
Now that Philip is here, I don't know if Philip would want to, if those are metrics that they're able to provide.
Yeah.
Okay, just a quick comment, Paul. So we're able to give you those statistics. But the challenge is that, remember, you're paying for the traffic that you're sending out to the customer, right? So every notification that comes back will also be paid for. So they're charging. So the discouragement in the market.
Hey, Philip is business.
So the discouragement in the market has been that our clients don't want to pay for those notifications. So if I'm charging you, let's say 10 shillings per SMS, so that is going to be double. So 10 shillings to send out, and then 10 shillings to receive the notification back. But yeah, we're able to do that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Philip, and thank you very much, Paul. Please, a big round of applause to this wonderful lady. And Paul, would like to request Paul to please join her up there to do the usual culture of photo must be taken, evidence must be seen to surface. So please, Paul, and yeah? Yeah, invite all the people who have been in this panel, please. Let's go on stage and we have this photo. All the people who have been on that panel. The chief who has been on this panel, please, they are standing outside there. Paul, you can join them, they are coming. Well, just please come there. All the people who have been on this panel. Cynthia. Paul has said all the team in the messaging, please come up. There are some chiefs who talk here from, where are they? Please, can move on to stage. Who is not here, Paul? Alex and Joseph, please slap them. They are standing somewhere around the booth. There's no activity there. They're just having a conversation. Alex and Joseph, please come in for the photo moment. Alex and Joseph, I saw them somewhere around here. Somebody can tap them up to come in very quickly. Yes, he's here. And who is missing? Joseph is somewhere. Joseph, I saw him somewhere out there. Okay? We shall not leave anyone behind. So just move a little bit in front of 24. There, right there. In front of 24. Joseph is missing in action. Or perhaps we'll do this one and I'll call him afterward. Okay. Please give them a big, fat round of applause for the wonderful job they have just done on that stage. And we're counting down to their photo moment in 3, 2, 1, and smile. Thank you very much. Give them one more big round of applause, please. Now, as they take their seat, I just want to make everyone in the room just stand up. Stand up. I noticed there's a disease in the room. So media team, please organize your cable. I need one single file. Everybody, you remember those things we did when we were in school? Just leave everything on the table. Don't touch anything. Just stand. The first person is here. Here. Let's form a single line here, briefly. Remove the chairs, please. Put the chairs on the side so that nobody is knocked. Here, only on this line here. And then we need this line here. Abu, can you move your camera and give us space a bit? Let's move this line again. Let's get some people here. One single line here, please. One single line. Don't worry, this exercise is very small. You will love it. You'll love it. Media team, please, let's make a single file. Make a single file. Just stand. Here. The thing we did, this one Paul will lead. Paul will be in front because he's here. So everybody just, you know, those people were in the high school. So when you stand, you do like this on the person's shoulder. Paul, you move forward. Paul, move forward. Move forward. Move forward, Paul. Move forward. Let's make the line, please. Make the line. Don't worry. Don't fear. Come. There. Now close the gap a little bit. Close the gap a little bit. Close the gap a little bit. You hold on Chief's video. You are messing up Chief's video. Okay, this line there, you stay there. Don't knock those things. If you knock that thing, that man is going to kill all of you. So, Abu, please organize your line there so they don't disturb. So here's the thing, guys. We're going to do a very simple exercise, okay? When I say 1, 2, 3, you are going to walk at the fastest speed you have never walked in your life. You know the speed? When I say 1, 2, 3, walk, because we don't have enough space. When you hear 1, 2, 3, turn and walk. When you hear 1, 2, 3, turn and walk. When you hear 1, don't turn. When you hear 2, don't turn. Unless you hear 1, 2, 3. You turn. So for example, when I say 1, 2, 3, you walk forward. Where 1, 2, 3 finds you, whether you are this side, you turn and face this side. We want to see how many of us have been learning. This exercise is for unlearning and learning and creating space for the next session we're going to have on this stage. Ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Turn. Turn. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Stop. Where are we supposed to be facing? Where are we supposed to be facing? There. Anyone who is facing this side is lost. Now, let's we're all facing here. Turn, you look that side. Don't look at me. Just hear what I'm saying. Just hear what I'm saying. Are you ready? I want you to walk fast. Africa has been walking very slow for the longest of time. It is time for Africa to walk fast in this 80 Summit 2024. We cannot craft the future of Africa when we are walking slow. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Wait, let me ask a question. Where does the action of 1, 2, 3 start from layer? 1, 2, 3 layer, it starts from front. Okay, so let's forgive layer. You start by walking in front. Don't hear me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. 1. Hey, I didn't say you stop. You continue walking until you hear 1, 2, 3. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. 1. 2. If your neighbor is standing, is a sinner. 3. 1, 2, 3. Walk. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now 1, 2, 3. Now 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Stop. Where are we supposed to be facing? Where? This side. So if you're facing that side, you are lost. Now take your seat. You see, I told you earlier on that there are many ways to kill a rat. Okay? As the saying goes in Africa. But we are not killing any rat. So we have been sitting down for so long, but also we needed to learn and unlearn. So I heard people saying the room has become too cold. Can we please tone down the AC? So we toned down the AC from 16 to 20. Unfortunately, we can't take it further than that. Because the moment everybody comes back to the room will get to do what? Will be warmed enough. So if you are feeling too cold, there's a problem that there's a possibility that you are cold-blooded. If you are feeling too hot in this state, where people are feeling too cold, there's a possibility that you are warm-blooded. Yes, but you know the science that we talked about before. So, please, can we tell everybody who is upstairs to come down? And as we make our way down, let's begin to organize stage for our next presentation, which is going to be the hackathon. And in this hackathon, we are going to be able to discuss, you know the drill, what happened yesterday. A few corrections to make. Number one, yesterday the voting process had some here and there. The community leaders here and the 80 people here said they received some feedback. And Mark engaged us after the session and said, today we need to look at how best we can make the voting process better. Apparently, some people believe that because Eddie is very charismatic when he speaks, when he comes up on stage as a presenter, most people in the room did not pay attention to the technicality of the business that they are presenting or the solution they are presenting. Therefore, they voted based on personality, not that these people have the best technical solutions or their solutions that they are presenting here, that they are developing, is actually technically answering all the questions. All right, that came out yesterday in the evening, and we promised MK is coming with Sylvia in a couple of minutes. We're going to be making some changes around there, and then we'll try that. If it doesn't work, we go back to what we've been doing yesterday, okay? That's number one. Number two is to tell you that today we want you to focus. This room is full of developers. You already know that if the person come here and they have only put colors, okay, in what they are presenting, and they have not really done so much in the coding that we are talking about, but they are presenting something, you can easily tell that this solution will not work, or this person has not put in some work as a developer, as a coder, to come up with this. Not so. So you will be able, we would like you to vote on the best idea presented, but also there's an holistic approach to these things. We've been talking to software developers and, tech guys, that there's a problem when tech people come. Number one, they don't know how to introduce themselves on stage. Effie and the team that have just been on stage, we are talking about customers. She says something very fundamental here. Some customers will start with you well, and when they start, the relationship will be okay. Along the way, you will realize that that relationship is not working. It is sucking from you and not bringing money. You have to audit, where is the problem? Do we continue with them or do we terminate? Then, we also talked about some developers are very good developers. They can do an amazing stuff. But when they go to present their idea, where they are presenting it, they don't know how to present their ideas. And this goes to the young developers in the room. So one of the things that feedback we received in the last couple of days that we've been here is that you people, you forgot a session. This goes to AT team. You forgot a session. You need to include a session on personal development and self-awareness for a developer. And they said, are there feedback forms that we can give so that AT can continue to take our feedback? At the end of the session, do we have forms that we can fill in to tell you how you can improve the summit? Most of these people in this room think or have an idea or thoughts in their mind that AT Summit is going to be stuck in Uganda. Unfortunately, Chief Graham is saying this thing is rotating. Some years you will have to be in Tanzania, some years you'll have to be in Nigeria, some years you'll have to be in Sudan, or you have to be in Congo. So Uganda, I know we think that this is going to be here every year, but I don't think that is the idea. But Chief is going to clarify on that one at some point. But the feedback session is that can we have feedback to AT from these developers? I've been talking to so many people send messages and all that, not and engaged. Can we have feedback session at the end of the summit to tell so that the developers can give feedback on how we can improve and which areas that they will love AT? And apparently it's coming because we're saying, how can we help you? So they would like to have forms that they can fill to give feedback. But key among others, one, we need a session on self-awareness and personal development. I'm a very good developer. The lady you brought on stage yesterday was just a representation of many of us who are silently sitting there and suffering. I don't know how to interface with people, but I want to interface with people. I have a very good ideas. I don't know how to present it. Do we have sessions on how we can present our ideas, how tech people can speak on stage? So that is coming up. We are doing this recap as we wait for MK and the team upstairs to come down. So please, somebody, I don't know, Esophil, can you please reach out to them and tell us how far? Because there's also the next action here that needs to happen behind here. Okay, I've just been informed by Estophil that they have shared a form for submitting ideas on the WhatsApp groups. You have now been officially requested to fill in that form and submit, effective immediate now. So please, as this is going on, the form has been shared on the group. You know your WhatsApp group, so please go there and fill in and submit your ideas on that immediately. He's going to confirm with the people up and will come down. Feedback number 2, Eddie, how can I also get on stage and speak like you? I'm a tech developer. I want to be able to go and present my idea. I would love to have a moment with Paul. And how do I go and approach Paul, for example, the CEO, and talk to him and tell him my idea? I see him sitting there, but I cannot go there. I don't have what it takes. So here's the thing. I'll give you a snapshot of what you can do. Number 1, please gather the courage to walk. When you walk to Paul, hi Paul, my name is Eddie, so-and-so. Alive, do you have a moment? Can I have a word with you? Can I just take 2 minutes of your time or 1 minute of your time? Ask first, request, and Paul will tell you yes, or Effie will tell you, yes, I have. These people are at your service. They are not alien, that they are sitting in this room, you can't approach them. They are here, they are for you, and you are here for them. You get it? Okay, in 8 minutes, everyone up there will be coming down. Sorry, in 8 minutes, everyone up there will be coming down. So we'll be sharing this. So approach these people. They are approachable, they are reachable, and have a word with them. And so Paul will be able to tell you, or Effie or Graham will be able to tell you, Chief, how can I help? And then you will say whatever you want to say. My idea is that when you're presenting yourself to them and telling them what you want to talk about, make it short. Some of us start with a story. A preamble is too long, that by the time 5 minutes has elapsed, Paul actually doesn't know what you want to ask or how to help you, or these people do not know. We're not saying because you don't know, so there will be sessions along the way on how you can improve yourself and how to present. Number 2, I hear yesterday people coming up on stage, and when they come, they don't even know how to introduce. So let's help you today so that you build confidence as you come up on stage. So you never introduce yourself, everyone, you never introduce yourself on stage as my names are. So if your names are, then who are you? Because you cannot be plural, you are singular at every given time. So my name is, whether you have 10 names, your name remain what? Is. Because you are referring to a singular person, not a plural person. So my name is Eddie Okila, and I belong to this group, or I'm representing this group. I think one group of people did it yesterday. They said representing this group, and our assignment was this, or our business idea is this, and so we are going to present it. We'll spend some days working on this and dive into it. But don't kill your time by talking many other things such that you run out of time before. So just go straight away, introduce yourself, introduce your topic. So first of all, forget, I am by the names of so-and-so. There's no introduction like that, guys. So the introduction is my name is, and you don't say I am, because you already are. So you are introducing yourself to people, so you can't say I am. You see, the official and formal introduction when you present yourself in the business world is my name is, full stop. not I'm called so and so. If you are called so and so, then we'll ask a question. So how do you call yourself? If you say I'm called so and so, then how do you call yourself? You. So those are the little things that we can think about, developers in the room, and how we can improve. I have had an idea for so many years. I've been building in my mother's bedroom, rather living room for so long. I'm now 10 years. My idea is now out, but I don't know how to sell. How can AT help me start to sell my idea out? Those are the questions that people have been asking. I will ask Graham and MK when they come, and of course the business development team here, a snapshot of that to just share how does one who has been building for 5 years, 10 years, has something already out, it has been tested, but according to them, every time I go and present my idea, the company X just take my idea, they lie to me, they take my idea because I'm not very good, then they give it to somebody else, and then that person is better than me, they improve my idea, and before I know it, my idea has been what? Stolen. So how can AT help me to deal with such challenges going forward? I'll ask the team to share something about it. Thank you. A new information has come from the team. Like I said, we are counting down on them. They said about 5 minutes now. Please submit your forms now. Anybody who has not submitted their form by 7:30 will not participate today. If you have not submitted your form by 7:30, which has 2 minutes to go. In fact, let me make it easier for you. Let me give it 5 minutes. By 7:35, and I'm timing, if your form has not gone in, you will not be allowed to present today, because that is one first business of being serious. So please make sure you have submitted your form, and the moment the team arrived in here, we will start immediately the presentation, so please make sure you submit. Okay? And some of those questions I've been asking for, Metrin has come to actually answer some of them. We're going to give her 2 minutes to just, throw lights on some of those questions just quickly and right now. Okay?
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually not here to answer questions, but to make an announcement on behalf of Africa is Talking. So we received and appreciated your genuine feedback about yesterday's voting criteria for the solutions that had been built. And today we send out a feedback form requesting for your genuine feedback. We know some of the feedback that we received were already incorporated and will reflect in today's voting criteria. However, we are very keen to know what you'll have wished yesterday's winners to look like, and therefore I'm kindly requesting all of you to submit your requests, so that one of the questions in the feedback form was for you to tell us if you felt that the ranking was not as per your expectation, or if you are to judge what the winners will have been. I kindly request anybody who was dissatisfied to submit their feedback so that we can analyze it and we will communicate to all of you. It may not be today, since it was yesterday's performance, but we really value our community of developers here in Uganda, and we want to show that your feedback matters, and we are going to respond to your feedback with the utmost importance and keenness that it requires. So please take that opportunity to ensure that you submit your feedback, because it will matter, it will be considered, it will be reassessed, and we will see what the suggested solutions will be. We won't want that one mistake to really discourage you as our beloved developers, right? We are doing this for you, so your feedback really is necessary. Thank you so much, and hope you submit the feedback. Have a good evening.
Big round of applause for that. A big round of applause. She's tactfully dodged certain things, but she has answered certain things very nicely. Hey, Sylvia. I saw Sylvia somewhere here. Sylvia. Has she moved back? Where is she? Okay, Sylvia will be coming back. So, one of the things, like we're talking about on the feedback session yesterday, which you've been giving, that how can we ask the question and you are answering them. And the other thing that people talked about yesterday, one was personal branding. There was a question of how do I start to brand myself? This goes to AT team. And I think this came to AT team. How do we begin to, I'm a developer. I struggle with branding myself so that I can appear serious before people. Can they have session about how developers can brand themselves and appear as serious people? Because, and in his remarks, he said, most times when you go to present yourself, you say, I'm a software developer, software engineer. They say, these are the guys who always run cuckoos, and they don't give me opportunity to present. And they said, no, you first start by introducing yourself. So before you talk, they have judged you and you go away. So they're saying, how can we have session on how they can present themselves, brand themselves, and present themselves so that they can present their ideas, right? So those are the feedbacks that are coming in. Those pockets of feedback, we're going to pick it up, and then, like we said, we'll take it up. I see MK in the building now. MK, please could you take your seats with your team? There was supposed to be a caucus meeting between MK, Sylvia, and Mark. I don't know where Mark is. This conversation happened yesterday. And David Okwi, if you can just have that one before MK, and then you guys come. We're ready for you. In a couple of minutes, at 8 o'clock, we are going to start serving dinner in the same fashion we had yesterday. We shall not take a breakaway to go and serve dinner, but we will be moved when the dinner is ready. They will come and tell you and pick table by table, and then people will go and sit and continue from there. Okay, the Electoral Commission and the Chief Electoral Commission and these guys are taking their seats now. This room is just about to get a bit serious. The time for submission of form has closed officially. We said 1935, that time is up. Any form that comes at 1936, unfortunately, we will give you a regret. MK, is that correct? MK, is that correct? We had given 19 up to 1935 to submit the form. We are now officially closing that. All right, everybody please take your seats. Please take your seats. Where are the teams that won last night? The team that won last night. Can you just put your hand up? How does it feel to be a winner, by the way? You didn't tell us. And have you already spent the money? First of all, we want to know, where have you spent the money? On what? Eh? Don't think you're going to win and you go away. There is a podcast coming after you to know what you did with that money. We are looking for you. We are coming after you. What did you do with that money? And where are the guys who won $500 last night? The team that won $500 last night. USD. Hey, please stand up and they see you are still the champion. Stand up. Please clap for that team. They won $500 last night, and the team that won the next amount of money, was it 150? Was it 250? The 250 winners, please stand up and we see you. They are the ones here. A big round of applause to them. And then there was a team of $150, not so? Where are they? $150 last night. Give them a big round of applause, the $150. There was a team of $100, not so? No, it was nothing, eh? Social media. The ones who won $30, $20, and $10. Where are you? You stand. Let them see you that you are serious people. Please stand up. So these guys did serious tweets. Today we are going to know whether we have the same number on social media. All right, MK, are you set? I see you are not yet stable. You need power there. Let me see who can give us the power. Who can give us the power? Can we have Mark? Mark. And the media team, can we extend this people power here for their laptop, please? Do you have an extension that can reach here? There's a line somewhere around here. There's a line somewhere around here. You can just get them the, if we have a line there, if you can dedicate one for a couple of minutes. These laptops usually charge very fast. Yes, and give them power here. It's delaying us. Yes? MK, can we start with those? Do we know? Oh, we can't see the list. Esopil, do you have the forms? Can you please bring it to these chiefs here so that they can confirm or deny? Okay, I think he has the forms there so we can look at the forms. Esopil, please. Yes, Sylvia needs to charge her laptop. I don't know whether we need to take it back and they charge it for a couple of minutes for you to get power. What do we do? Yeah? We have 9 submissions. Yes, we have 9 submissions by 7:35 and we close there. Anybody who has not submitted, 9:35, 9:36 or 9:35, 10 seconds. 37 and 38. So what do we do? The cutoff point was 35. You see, democracy is, this is how it works. This thing is just, it has to be as simple as that, guys. You have submitted at, will be fair. Yeah. Okay, now means, let me tell you people, now means 7:40. Because it is a couple of seconds, 7:40. So if you are not there by 7:40, forget it. Yes, I see Chief has brought the line there. We need to organize this quickly. Everyone in the room, it is important that we make this process very transparent as possible so that we teach the next developers in the room how to be serious and how to dive into the life of being a serious CTO tomorrow. Because these are the next CTOs who are seated in this place. These devs that are here in this building are going to be the next CEOs tomorrow, the next CTOs tomorrow, the next CEOs, the next business people. So we need to give them the best that they deserve in this summit, and we can move forward. Right about now, let me give you some videos of what has been happening as a recap of the first day, day 0, day 1, day 2, and we're now hastening to the evening of day 2 of the summit in this hall. And tomorrow we'll be really driving fast to the closing day, Saturday, and I will be announcing some of the interesting stuff that are going to happen tomorrow. So you may as well tell your cousin, tell your neighbor that tomorrow it's going home. If you did not develop, you did not participate, that's it, you won't win the money. But there will also be many things that we're going to announce tomorrow and goodies that we're going to be giving tomorrow. So please, media team, let's have this moment, please, for the recap videos. In the meantime, if you've lost your earbuds, These ones here. I have them here. Please identify yourself. That's yours. Okay. We've got the honor. Yes, Michael? What you're seeing on the screen there is the 80 customer dinner that happened a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago here in Kampala, and interestingly in this very hotel. So 80 does not just take money from customers. They also appreciate customers for being good and for giving business. So this dinner networking often happens in almost all the markets where they operate in Africa. And so this was just one of them in Kampala. There will be more happening as the team prepares. Next one.
I know you guys have done thematic hackathons for the previous almost 2 years now, but this hackathon is a 4-day hackathon. And it's quite open on a theme that you can pick with your team to build on. So today we'll focus on UI UX. How do you come up with a design for your solution and the user experience?
So there are things that we call design elements, okay? So we have looked at UI UX elements, and now we have design elements, because everything you're going to do at the end of the day is designed today.
That was day one at Africa is Talking hackathon in their office. And just giving you a recap of what happened while the team prepare themselves. Play the next one.
My name is Churiho Danita. I am a law student and my focus is UI UX.
My name is Mugaba Ashraf. I am a software developer in Python.
My experience was very exciting. It was rather fast-paced, nerve-wracking, grueling, but really overall exciting.
During the past hackathons, I was able to learn about API integration.
Well, my first takeaway was come on time. Really make it a point to come on time. There's so much you would miss out on, especially if you're in the hackathon. And then interact with the guys in the room. There's so many interesting people. So right now we are developing the UI UX model of an agricultural financing solution.
Since this is our first summit in Uganda, I really liked and wanted so much to attend on this hackathon, like meeting the CEOs of the team or the main team from Kenya. Being able to engage with them will be a fun experience also, and being able to learn something from them as the more experienced developers like Sylvia Jebet, who was my inspiration on YouTube, where I learned like integrating USSD and SMS.
play the next one, please? Those are testimonials coming from these developers, some of them who have been, courageous enough. The next one, please. From the secret places of Orient in Africa to the modern masters of developers in Africa, here comes an alluring summit of 2024. Welcome your neighbor to the Pearl of Africa.
Stocking has been in existence for 14 years. So it's been 14 years of trying to figure out how we can make Africa great. Our focus has always been Africa, hence the name Africa Stocking. The theme this year is Innovating Africa's Future. So we definitely can, there's no way we're going to innovate without devs. So good to see you in the room. The summit is officially open. Have fun, enjoy yourselves. Looking forward to talking to each and every one of you.
As you guys grow, please come and talk to us.
Volume, please.
About what we are seeing in your sector.
Volume. Good evening, Africa, and welcome back from that break to the live session of the moment we have been waiting for. The developers have been working here so hard for the last 3 days, and tonight we have the top 10 who are presented today, who have participated today to present their work live to the audience right here in Kampala, in Uganda, in East Africa. The summit attracted many of these guys in the room, and of course there are those who are participating online. And we'd like to hear from you who is watching online to tell us, how do you feel? How would you like Africa is Talking to help you? And how does it feel to be a developer at this moment in this summit? The men and the young developers in the room have worked so hard, and the right moment of their presentation is now. What you're going to see on stage while you're watching live in the audience or online are a true representation of we are innovating Africa's future. And we're inventing Africa's future, because Africa is Talking is about Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick us off this evening with 10 participants who are going to be given 5 minutes to present, strictly 5 minutes. Timing is of essence. Introduction is of essence. Telling us what problems you identified and what solution you are crafting that will become your business is in this room. The next CTO is here. And now it's about time we give them the opportunity to present. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to and the team known as Remotely. Remotely team, please step forward. Where is the presenter? Remotely. Remotely, please, can we have the presenter up on stage? Please clap for them. They already won some money last night, and they're here to collect again tonight. Let's see how possible it will be. And may we please have the presentation up on stage? Do we have Your controller, madam?
Yeah.
Prepare yourself for quite a bumpy ride of 5 minutes. Where is the controller? Can we have the presentation up, please? Controller, you're set? Sorry? You're waiting for Google Meet. Why did you wait until this moment of the presentation to ask for Google Meet? It has always been on your WhatsApp group. That in itself might earn you less marks today. Remember, MK said yesterday, business of seriousness starts in that WhatsApp group, and how you respond to it matters. Remotely, are you ready or you're not? And the panel said, if we skip you, we are not coming back. The business is getting serious in this room today. Somebody has to let them in into the Google Meet. If they don't let them in, it's not possible. So let's see that. This exception is only being given to, is only going to be given to this to set up the platform. We will not do that again, okay? Are we ready now? Have you let them in? Yes, of you? Are they in the Google Meet? Mr. DJ, call us some music, please. Are you now in the group? Madam, you can dance actually.
I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you show me, make me know the fight. I don't want to sleep alone.
3, 2, 1.
Wanna hold you tight.
Put it down. Are you ready? Okay. Please power up your presentation. Is it there? Is it there? Okay. Madam, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, this timer started before. We shall reset it. You have 5 minutes to present.
Okay.
And in these 5 minutes, you can choose to finish all of it, or you can choose to leave some time for questions and answer and comment.
Okay.
Please take a deep breath. And we say, your time starts now. Silent in the room.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Claire, and I'm representing team remotely. So the problem we identified is we are trying to solve late disease detection in livestock for livestock farmers by providing them with a simple solution that we feel is very inclusive. So what happens basically is a farmer, we are going to be presenting using the Africa is Talking sandbox. A farmer dials a USSD code and they are prompted, they are sent to a couple of prompts. They choose the language that they want. Then they are able to make a consultation, and they input, say, what are the signs of mastitis in a cow, in case they are suspecting their cattle has the disease. And this information is stored in a database on our web app, and a veterinarian, like you'll see in a few seconds, is going to input the response, like that says. It's going to input the response to that particular number or contact that sent the query. We tried to make it more practical by adding an AI feature in which the farmer can choose on the USSD an AI response where we train the model to be able to give this information like quicker. So one would ask why we chose this option. We are aware that most of Uganda's population, we only have 28.3% on the internet, and we're trying to be more inclusive. Thank you so much. If you have any more questions or any elaborations. Yeah.
Can you go to can you dial your USSD again?
give me Luo. Number 2.
Yeah, you may give him Luo.
Go again and dial your USSD. And give me Kiswahili. Thank you so much.
All right. Was that the question or the critique?
MK, she's asking, was that the question or the critique?
I think it was a question.
It was a question.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. You have another. Madam, please don't worry. You have more time. There's a question here. Esophiel, where is the microphone, please? Yes. Can we have a microphone, please? Where is it? Quickly. I will lend Paul mine, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So USSD has a character limit of 180 characters. So does it mean your farmer must only give input that is limited to 180 characters?
I'd love to answer that question, but may the back-end engineer do that, please? Go ahead.
You got 3 minutes, 55 seconds. The back engineer, please step up. Quickly.
Hello. Who asked the question?
Paul asked the question.
Okay. Thank you so much, Paul. To go around that, we are going to expand the prompts, whereby we are going to categorize the diseases and the animal categories so that we break them down. And by the time you reach the final, like your final query, it's narrowed down to 180 characters.
Okay, microphone there, Paul.
Yeah, but USSD also has a time limit of 180 seconds, about 180 seconds. So it means if your menu is long, then again they'll not get to the end of the prompts.
I've written some code to do retries, to try to...
Time up. Thank you very much for participating. We wish you well. Please give them a big round of applause. Time utilization is of essence in this presentation, in this communication, okay? Next. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome with me up on stage a representative, a presenter of Easy Biz. Team Easy Biz, please step forward. Team Easy Biz, please step forward. I'm going to start timing, also walking forward, and from your seat to come here, because we said we are getting to a serious part of business where you must know you are going to present. You registered. So you already know you will be called to present, so you have to make it fast. Yes, Chief. How are you? How's the heartbeat? Doing well? Fantastic. Do you have a presenter, or you are the presenter Alpha and Omega? Yeah? Do you have your presenter? Is he ready? Okay. Is your team ready? Team, can I see your hand up? Are you ready for him? Yes or no? Chief, are you ready? Okay. We shall give you the minute. Yes? Are you ready? Are you the one presenting, or you have a presenter? Okay.
I'm the one presenting.
You are the one presenting. Is your presentation up on stage?
Yes, I'm basically in the Google Meet. Yeah, there we go.
Is it technology playing you, or you are playing technology? So is that your presentation? Can you confirm or deny?
Just a minute.
Yes, Chief.
Yes, I'm good to go.
You're good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Easy Biz, and your time starts right now.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Naftali Makori. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. And today I'm going to present to you a problem that we have discovered that many business owners, especially micro SMEs, they have this problem whereby they still record their sales in the books, and their employees tend to steal money from the business owners. The reason is because these business owners, they tend to not to opt to use a POS system. So basically a POS system is a point of sale whereby you just do the transactions for recording sales and purchases and everything, all right? But this is the uniqueness of this product. You can do everything offline. And I'm going to demonstrate this in aeroplane mode, and you don't have to worry about things like you losing your data. So I'm just going to switch into aeroplane mode. So just like any other point of sale, like recording transactions, let me just start off by recording a sale. So let me use MK. Let me take flour. You can notice how fast it is for you to record a transaction as well, all right? So if you want to process a transaction, now here's the catch. You can only do the transactions when you're doing cash, but with M-Pesa, because of SDK push, you'll require internet, all right? So that is how you do the transactions. So I have so many features. So since today we have back-end engineering, so we have functionalities such as reports. So you can be able to see for each and every employee on how they got to perform, all right? You can be able to do like financial report, for example. And remember, everything here is offline, all right? So between date 21st and date 30th, let's see the reports. So these are the net sales. And the reason why I'm getting for 90, it is because of the expenses feature, all right? So if I go ahead and add an expense, for example, TY, and let's say 20 shillings, and this one is on, where is it? Yeah. And then just go back to the reports, do from this date to this date. Fetch the reports, you can be able to see this is in real time, all right? And everything here is offline. So basically, tomorrow we'll be able to go live and be able to see like fully functional. Everyone here should be able to have this application, just like any other POS system. Or also, you don't have to worry about your data being lost, all right? So I'm just going to switch up to the backend, all right? So you can be able to do cloud synchronization, all right? So once you do cloud synchronization, you'll be able to back up your data. You don't have to worry about, like, you have uninstalled your application. Where is my data? All right? You can just switch on your bundles and then do cloud synchronization. And it is advisable when you're closing the business for the day, just do the backup as well. Thank you so much. That's it for me. I invite any questions. Thank you.
3 minutes, 20 seconds. Well done. Yes, question please. Yes, microphone. Microphone please, there.
Yes, I have a question as you hand over the microphone. So you said this is done offline.
Yes, this is done offline.
So are you able to integrate with the Revenue Authority API?
The Revenue Authority?
API.
So let me explain first of all how it works, right? So since I'm using Flutter, there's a database called ISA, all right? So this is a local database, all right? So I have backend logic whereby when you click cloud synchronization, I've basically built an API so that it can be able to handle this synchronization of this data, all right? So at the moment, when you're in a mobile device, when you uninstall this application, you will lose all your data. That's why I have backup synchronization, which I'm going to demonstrate right now, as you can see on the screen. So basically, let me just log in real quick. Yeah, so I'm going to click Cloud Sync. So I'm going to click Cloud Sync, and here you can be able to see, where is it? Yeah, so here you can be able to see these are my endpoints, all right? The reason why it's failing, it's because I haven't yet deployed it, and at the moment I haven't actually started up my server because I've just closed it by mistake, unfortunately. But that is how it should be. Yeah.
Timer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for participating, sir. Unfortunately, you lost a very valuable question because your time is up. Please give him a big round of applause. And we're moving next. Today we promise you this is going to be great. Coming up, number 3 to present is BitLearn. BitLearn team, big round of applause to them as we welcome them up on stage. BitLearn, where's the presenter? Up on stage, please. Might I remind you that optimum utilization of your time is of essence. You might use your 5 minutes correctly so that you can have more questions you have, the better for you in your presentation. So those who are coming next, please pay attention. BitLearn, you have 1, going twice, going thrice. Are you the one? You are not walking like you know time is serious, Chief. Okay? BitLearn, please step on stage. And also, presenters who are coming on stage, please utilize the microphone well so that you're audible enough and can hear you. This is ICT, information, technology and communications. Please do not eliminate the technology in the ICT. Okay? Are you ready, sir? Are you ready?
Not yet.
Not yet. So let me remind everyone who is coming after that. Please set up your laptop before you come. You already know that you submitted your form for the presentation. Why wait to operate when you're on stage? MK, there's a rule we might bring in here tomorrow. The rule of preparation. People being prepared before so that we don't consume a lot of time. Okay? Are you ready, sir?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay. Take a deep breath, please. Take it in. Okay? And relax. Your timer is going to start now. And you have 5 minutes. May I remind you that you have 5 minutes to present. That includes question and answers as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause as the start is timing, counting 3, 2, 1, start.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Gaba Ashraf, and today I'm presenting the part of our platform where we will be able to integrate Africa's token APIs, leveraging USSD, voice, and airtime. But I ran into some inconveniences, so it's not that perfect. So our platform ensures that students will be able to learn and engage into their learning, being able to earn some reward after they complete a quiz upon a course. So here is the backend system. It will be leveraging 2G technologies. Hold on. Yeah, that's it. Here we see you have the wallet, learning assistant, rewards, support, all about us, and send their time. So, like I said, it was not complete because my system cannot run models for assistant, so I failed to implement that. But let me check for the rewards. Here you can take a simple quiz. It's hard-coded. The code, no, that's right. You can take a quiz. So, if you get the answer right, you will be able to receive a reward as the airtime. but unfortunately it was not implemented very well, and it will be leveraging 2G technologies. Even if you have a small phone, it will be working. That's it.
Can you please give a big round of applause to Ashraf? So Ashraf has done very well. Perfect utilization of time, 2 minutes, 35 seconds. He's got plenty of time for question and answer. Any question and answer on the floor? Questions on the floor? Going once? Going twice? Thrice? Anybody with a question for Ashraf on the floor? And that team, Bitland. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Looks like there is no question for you on the floor. Has used his time really well. 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Please give him a big round of applause. I also like his honesty that some things have not worked really. So I will come back tomorrow. Okay? Those are very good traits of a man who is trying to do something serious and leading a team. All right. Number 4, Agritech. Would you please put your hands together and welcome Agritech up to present their solutions, problems identified, solutions to the problems. Agritech presenter, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. You'll be chopped off the board. Yes, Chief. Very good. Now, are you the presenter? Okay. Do you have are you the presenter, the Alpha and the Omega? Or do you have a controller? Where is the person? It's okay, no problem. So where is your presentation? Use the technology process, please. Technology, please.
Hello. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Engineer William, Team Agritech. I'm here to present to you our innovation. So, our innovation, we are solving what we call unprepared disasters.
Chief, I have not yet told you that it is time. You are still trying to test the microphone. Please, relax. Now I want you to give a distance to the microphone because you said you are 2. How could you have started speaking before the other man arrived? You will not use your time very well. Now, are you ready, you 2 people? Yeah. Ready to start? Okay. Please give them a big round of applause as they dive into their presentation, starting now. 3, 2, 1, action.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm Alex. As our system yesterday, it solves a problem of farmers. They are unaware about the weather patterns and climate-related disasters. So our system, if you get started, we are going to register a new farmer. So you try to register quickly because we want to show Africa's talking application. So you register farmer, you can put the phone number. The phone number, put 0780. Yeah, actually that maybe. Then the farm location, put a beam. You can put the farm size. So you register. Please, the camera person, you can check out the OTP code is there. So you copy that and then you paste in the reach. Yeah, it's there when you paste. So a new farmer now you can log in with the what you registered with. You have forgotten your credentials. Please, Amanda. Then I saw you putting password, which was somehow long. Yeah, so successful. So that dashboard, as I told you yesterday, this dashboard is showing a summary of the farmer's garden, which the camera guy has posted here. So let him continue. This is an engineer of the sensor system.
I'm Engineer William, an electronics engineer. So our system, we have deployed a system in the garden. We have sensors that are picking temperature in the garden, humidity and moisture, and they are sending it to what you are seeing on the dashboard. So these parameters, you can as well access them offline. Cameraman show us, you can see the screen. That is the screen where you can access them offline. You can access them online on our web. I have incorporated what we call WhatsApp option. You can chat with your garden using your WhatsApp at any time. You can show us that. You can see, you type in temperature, it will bring for you the value of temperature. If you want all values, it will return them as well. So that is what the WhatsApp is doing. Check your network, check your network.
Yeah, it has.
You can see the values. So basing on the parameters we have gathered, the temperature you are seeing, it is the room temperature here. We have taken it like the garden is here. So I have the soil samples to represent our garden. Basing on those parameters, we can recommend the farmer on what to grow.
Go back on the site.
So go back on the site.
So on crop suitability.
You go on
crop suitability checker. Crop suitability.
You check crop suitability there. So you are seeing the parameters. So the farmer will receive a message. Could you read for us the message? What have we recommended the farmer to grow?
Refresh.
You can refresh your page, please. Let's see what we have recommended the farmer to grow depending on the parameters in the soil.
Okay, take. No. You can press check, press it back please, and check with the, please. You can check with the phone number that, actually Shepherd, the phone number. You check on the profile, you see the phone number that you have registered with. So if I'm to show you the offline mode of our system, this is where a farmer now is away, but he doesn't have internet for the web. That's where we have implemented an USSD system. You can choose any number, you connect. No.
Beep. Time up. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please give them a big round of applause. And your time is up, sir. You may take your seats. Thank you very much. Give them a big round of applause, please. I know that MK yesterday said that you must use the environment where you are. They put MK to his words. I don't know if they dug this building and got the soil from there to test their stuff, but MK talked about it yesterday, making it possible. So I like their energy and I like their, confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, number 5, Vuga. Can we have the team from Vuga up here, please? Vuga team, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, you are going for a chopping board, Chief. Thank you very much. Vuga, please use the microphone well. When you're speaking on the microphone, give it a distance so to give you the clarity of the voice, okay? And switch it on when you're speaking and switch it off when you're speaking. Thank you. When you finish speaking. Yes. Are you ready, sir? Are you the alpha and omega of this presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The man has confirmed, he has not denied. Now, are you ready to proceed?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Take a deep breath. We will give you the timer just right now. In 3, 2, 1, start.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bruce, Team Vuga, again, Vuga, oh yeah. And Team Vuga is fueling and saving up. And now, much as the border population in Kampala is 350,000, consuming 4 billion shillings worth of fuel every day, we realize that not all border people, all border men have smartphones. For those that have smartphones, they might not have data. So we've introduced what we call the Vuga card. It's QR code based. If we can show it, with a Vuga card, everything they can do on the app, they can do on this app. And we can test any feature on the app, maybe getting fuel. Any rider can go to the fuel station, present the card, then the attendant puts in the liters or amount of the money they want. Then they scan the QR code on the app, sorry, on the card. And when they scan the QR code on the card, they're able to process their fuel. It's that fast. Same for loaning, same for repayment of loan, same for topping up, same for all the other features, changing of PIN, same for whatever you want to do with your account, you can do with a QR code on the Vuga card. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you very much. Good utilization of time. Any question for that gentleman?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you go to Vuga wallet?
Yes, please. Vuga wallet. We don't have Vuga wallet. It's fuel loan, loan repayment, and top up.
Back there I saw Vuga wallet.
Oh, yes, you can pay with your wallet. Nicholas, let's go to that section. Faster, please. Faster, faster, faster. Because anyone can use a PIN, because anyone can steal a card and use it, what we have done, we have OTP verification with the owner of the card through their phones. So with the wallet, choose wallet. MK, I don't know if you're able to see. Mr. MK, we have just tried out a transaction using the wallet. Then you enter your PIN.
Yes, can you do so?
Yeah. Success.
Go on the buy fuel, or even fuel loan, and utilize the wallet again.
Okay. Buy fuel. I can actually pay for my loan. I can pay for a loan using my card. But let's do get fuel. So the rider will be asked to share their secret PIN for their card with the attendant, and then choose. I think the guys are running fast. I think you want to concentrate on the wallet.
I agree, because I wanted to see if now you have 1,000 UGX in the wallet.
No, the wallet is blurred out. If you have less money than the service you've requested for, you can't use your wallet. You can only use cash or mobile money. So when you opt for mobile money, the PIN is sent to your mobile phone, your Kabiriti.
Yes.
Yeah.
The question is, how much do you have in your wallet?
Oh, I can also know how much I have in my wallet.
Based on that, I want you to buy more than what is in the wallet.
Oh, okay. I think I have about 50,000. Let's buy fuel for 100,000. Faster, guys. Yeah, 5 million. You see, the wallet is blurred out now. You can't use the wallet.
Time up. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. And give him a big round of applause, please, for